I'm going to call the Board of Supervisors to order. May I have a roll call, please, Mr. Hohen?
Supervisor Giomi.
Here.
Supervisor White.
Here.
Supervisor Horton. Supervisor Schutte. Mayor Bagwell.
Here.
You have your quorum.
Thank you so much. We're now on to agenda item 3. We're going to, for our invocation. So Pastor Underwood, come and start us off good this morning.
Good morning, everyone. Let's join our hearts in prayer. Good morning, gracious Heavenly Father. We thank you for your goodness, your grace, your mercy, and for all the blessings you give us each and every day, including the opportunity to live, work, and enjoy this special corner of the world you've created here in Carson City. Lord, I thank you for these servants of yours who give so tirelessly of themselves to provide a safe and thriving community for us to serve you. Please bless them today with discernment as they ponder the matters of your people, and ultimately grant them your wisdom to make decisions that are pleasing in your sight. Father, in this Advent season, amid the press of the day and the work you call us to do, please grant us margins of opportunity to reflect on our blessings this season and the gift of your Son who came in humility to set us free to be people of yours. Please give us hearts that think of others more and ourselves less. And above all, please fill us with a desire to love one another. We don't know what the future holds, Lord, but we know that you hold it. And with this, I ask that you go before us to show us the way, encourage from behind us in the times of doubt, and walk beside us so that we reflect you in all we do. We ask all these things in your precious name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Sheriff, will you do us the honor of leading the pledge? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. Okay, we're now on to opening public comment, and I have Ms. Fleming listed. Come on up.
Good morning. Oh, everyone hear me? Okay, good morning, Mayor Bagwell, supervisors, and city staff. My name is Kim Fleming, and I serve as one of the Northern Nevada contract managers for waste management. I hope everyone had a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday, and I truly appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. So I am here for 2 reasons. First, as a current student in the Carson City Chamber of Commerce Leadership Institute, class of 2026, best class ever, I'm excited to deepen my connection with this amazing community. We're also thrilled about our upcoming community project, and we'll be sharing more details about that with you here in the upcoming months. Second, Waste Management has some exciting news. We are expanding our acceptable recyclable materials, which will include plastic and paper to-go cups. So for example, your takeaway coffee cups from your local coffee shop, those sleeves, also those to-go soda cups that you might get from your convenience store. Those are now all acceptable items in your recycling waste stream. So this will make it easier for residents to recycle more and for everyday items. Our Carson City WM website has been updated with this information, and we wanted to be sure to make you aware of these changes and newly acceptable items. And this is important because it can assist in additional diversion and sustainability efforts within the community, and adding more recyclables to your recycling program increases diversion, reduces landfill waste, and reduces contamination in the existing recycling waste stream. So thank you again for the opportunity to connect with you today, and I look forward to our continued partnership. And of course, I'm here to talk trash with you anytime that you have any questions or anything that you need. So we hope you have a wonderful holiday season, and I will be seeing you all in the new year. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Fleming. Hey, I don't have anyone else signed up. Is there anybody else that wanted opening public comment? Okay, then we're going to move on to approval of our minutes of November 6th. Does any member have any corrections or changes? If not, I'll accept a motion for approval. Supervisor Giomi?
Move to approve the Carson City Board of Supervisors meeting minutes from November 6, 2025 as presented.
I have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we're now on to the consent agenda. Supervisor Gioni?
I move to approve a very tiny consent agenda consisting of items 7A and 8A, both as presented.
I have a motion and a second for approval of the consent agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Let the record reflect it was unanimous, please. Okay, we're now on to agenda item 10A. This is a presentation by the NACO Executive Director. I saw him. Come on in. Come on up and say hello. Hi, Vince. Oh, it's dangerous.
Good morning.
Good morning, Vince.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Green means on. That's good. Okay. Thank you, Mayor Bagwell. Thanks for having us on the agenda. As you mentioned, my name is Vincent Guthrow. I serve as the Executive Director of the Nevada Association of Counties, or NACO. I'm honored to have some time for you today on your agenda. Just provide a little bit of information about NACO for those of you who may not know who we are. I think most of you do. I think I've met all of you that are on there, so we'll touch just a little bit on that and just kind of give you a little update about what NACO's doing. We'll do a formal introduction, but Amy Hines-Sutherland is with me here to my left. She's NACO's Health and Human Services Manager. We'll talk a little bit about that role and what NACO did to add that and what the board approved as well. And we'll talk a little bit about National NACO as well, so and how they support, and also some of the role that Carson City has on NACO. So first of all, I want to thank you for your membership with NACO. We're 100% membership at NACO, and that helps us be stronger at both the state level when we do advocacy and also at the national level. So NACO's ultimate goal is to be the collective county voice, and my goal, our goal as an organization is to anticipate needs of local government, and you're in sort of a unique spot here in Carson City as the consolidated municipality or member of the Nevada League of Cities and Municipalities, and also you have sort of double advocacy. You have also a role, you have membership in our organization as well. Our goal is to provide you support, resources, and education to your elected officials and your staff so that you can sort of serve your citizens on a day-to-day basis. Like I said, we'll walk through some of the things that NACO does. So wanted to start a little bit with how we're governed and our leadership at the Nevada Association of Counties, and then talk a little bit about staff and have, just because Amy's role is just a little bit new, have her walk through some of the things that she worked on, at least most recently, and some of the things that we have planned in the future as well. So, so first off, each county, or I'll say county as I work through this presentation, but that includes you. So they have at least one seat on our board, one member, and Supervisor Gioni is the representative on the NACO board. He served us well. He serves as the NACO past president currently. His peers elected him president, and he served last year, and that was our 100-year anniversary. So it was kind of a nice thing for us. We are here located in Carson City, so I think it was timely. We undertook quite a few initiatives during his tenure. One of them was a complete update of our bylaws, which I think was well overdue, and we also restarted what was our Committee of the Emeritus, which he currently chairs as his role as past president. And that's, as you know, term limits were instituted by the voters, and it brings together a lot of familiar names that some of you may know, some of our older termed out commissioners that are very well respected, but we haven't lost that institutional knowledge. And it's, if anything, nice to see their faces, I think, as they guide, and we don't lose some of that knowledge. So we're also governed by an executive committee. So currently our NACO board president is Commissioner Andriozzi from Elko County. And then our president-elect is Commissioner Gardner from Douglas County. Commissioner Andriola is our vice president. She's from Washoe County. We have an at-large member, and that's Commissioner Kirkpatrick from Clark County. And then, as I mentioned, Supervisor Gioni serves as past president, and that rounds out our executive committee. Ultimately, we have a 23-member board that guides NACO and that we all report to. And then also, the NACO board includes some affiliate members that they have non-voting seats, but those are your other elected offices. So your treasurer here, Andrew Razor, is also, he actually has a seat because he's the president of their association. and he sits on our board as well. As I mentioned, at NACO, we added the Health and Human Services Manager. At NACO, we also have a Government Affairs Manager. When I came on, we added that position. Was primarily housed up here, but we in the interim that is in Southern Nevada. 80% of our legislature is in Southern Nevada, so I think it made some sense to have more of a statewide presence. We still have our offices up here in Northern Nevada, right here in Carson City, as I mentioned. But I wanted to give a little context to why the board approved a new position for Health and Human Services. So in 2024, the NACO board approved the creation of a permanent Health and Human Services Manager. As I mentioned, that position is currently held by Amy Hines-Sutherland. Couple of reasons for that. One, what we were hearing from our counties was that they needed more robust support in the Health and Human Services space. So those are your human services administrators, but also on the public health side at the local level. And secondly, when we interact with the legislature, whether that's in the interim, during sessions or at session, we spend a lot of our time on social service and human services issues. So this position has no shortage of duties. So we really found that to really round out and complement and really stay ahead of our advocacy efforts, this position needed to be made permanent. It was initially a partnership with the state. It was a grant-funded position that started under my predecessor, but then the board decided to make it sustainable, and we fully funded it at NACO. With that, like I said, I'll introduce Amy and have her sort of take it away, if that's okay, Mayor, and have her just sort of talk through some things that she's supported Carson City on, just so you have an idea of what the position does, if you don't mind.
Perfect.
Yeah, great.
Southern.
Good morning. Hello, I'm Amy Hines-Sutherland. As Vince has shared, I serve as NACO's Health and Human Services Manager, and I'm very happy to be here with all of you today. My role at NACO is to support you and your staff with research, policy analysis, technical assistance for health and human services programs, as well as state agency coordination for human services, public health, and behavioral health. So each county and city has different needs in each of these areas, and it's really my job to just be an extension of your team. Much of this work over the past 3 years has focused on funding, such as advocating for new state funding for local public health, creating more transparency around state budgets and assessments, and supporting with opioid abatement funding and plans. So here in Carson City, where you have an independent health department, I've had the pleasure of working with your health department team on advocacy for public health funding, SB 118, but now in the governor's budget as sustainable state public health funding to local public health, and also working on strategic plans to improve public health infrastructure across the state. In addition to county-specific supports based on your staff's needs, as the statewide association supporting counties, we focus a lot on collective coordination and collective process improvement, statewide improvement for infrastructure. So this year, for example, we hosted a workshop with counties and the state of Nevada's Adult Protective Services team, which led to the development of a template MOU for state and local coordination to better support vulnerable adults. Upcoming in early 2026, NACO will be hosting a workshop series on rural child welfare, together with leadership from the state of Nevada Division of Child and Family Services, or DCFS. Our goal with those workshops will be to identify both short-term and long-term opportunities for improvement to that system, including better coordination between state and local supports, but also to create better and greater transparency to you all and your fiscal staff regarding child welfare services, how they're funded, and what your assessments pay for. We also meet regularly with Nevada Medicaid and the Division of Social Services, formerly Division of Welfare and Supportive Services, leadership to improve county and state coordination on the Medicaid match program. We hosted two workshops in 2025 with those teams, which led to the identification of process and communication improvements that we're working with the state teams to make over the course of the next year. And last but not least, I really want to mention our national resources. This year, through your NACO membership, we secured statewide membership in the National Association of County Human Service Administrators, or NASHA. This enables your staff to receive real-time updates from national NASHA leadership on federal legislation discussions that impact safety net programs. So this summer, HR 1 passed with a number of impacts to social safety net programs. But this also includes updates on community services block grant, social services block grant, Medicaid, and SNAP. It also gives Nevada a seat on that national board. So your human service administrators who participate in the Nevada Association of County Human Service Administrators, they have a voice setting that local policy at a federal level. An important thing I also want to mention today about is NACO's Opioid Solutions Network. So in addition to national membership, you of course have National Association of County membership. And the National Association of Counties has a really robust program called the Opioid Solutions Network. And they develop guidance, toolkits, white papers, information for you all that helps you guide your opioid spending. They put out papers specifically on allowable uses. So it's on programs uniquely suited to local governments to implement, but are also within the allowable uses of the lawsuit. So it's very helpful guidance. They also have toolkits on child welfare, home visiting programs, the county role in long-term care, public health, all sorts of things. So it really enables us in Nevada to learn from others, but also share Nevada's successes with other states. So thank you for your time today. I'll turn it back over to Vince.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll just build on that and talk a little bit about some of the other things that we do here at the state level and some of the other pieces that we have on the national side, and talk a little bit about our state advocacy. I have a robust notes on our state advocacy, but I know you have an individual lobbyist, so I don't want to step on Cameron's toes today, but I'll go into sort of the NACO, how we interact and coordinate at the state level. So as I mentioned, NACO's been now around for 101 years as we finish up our 101st year as an association. And our goal is to really help county commissioners and supervisors really learn from each other and provide as a forum for collaboration. We do that in numerous ways. One of the ways that we do that is at our NACO board meetings. I want to touch on a few things that we've done recently to sort of bring up that collective county voice, we call it. We actually have a board meeting next Friday, but some of our recent actions at our board meetings is that we're trying to address a few things that have come up. One is on the C-tax distributions recently from the state and working with the state on those. I know maybe a little bit overdue, actually. It sounds like we've been hearing from counties and local governments recently on some of those challenges with the state as they've been rolling out new software. So we're working on that from, I think, a statewide perspective. We heard from sort of individual counties, but I think it's rising to the level of basically a statewide issue that we're going to attempt to address with the state. We also created a couple of subcommittees that are addressing some statewide, not addressing some statewide issues, but really coordinating on some statewide issues. One is cooperative extension. Every county participates in cooperative extension and funds cooperative extension. Counties are the largest funders of cooperative extension. So we're creating a coordinating committee around that, really at the community level on cooperative extension to understand some of those programs and hopefully develop those programs more robustly at the county level and get an understanding from maybe commissioners and supervisors that aren't directly involved in extension. And we're also working to address some of the funding opportunities in the governor's housing bill and Assembly Bill 540 from last session. So those are some things that we've done recently at our board meetings. Secondly, through our annual conferences, we had one in Clark County this year. I don't know if it's good news or bad news, but for the first time ever, a sitting governor spoke at our conference. I was happy to. I think our conference this year, we had quite a few dignitaries at it, and I think it actually turned out very well. I think the attendees were happy to hear from them, and it really made for a nice event. And our workshops, I think, were really forward thinking, and I think the attendees really appreciated it. Clark County certainly knows how to host an event. We hadn't been there in about a decade, and it really went over well. I encourage you to go to the next one. It'll be just up the road this year in Douglas County, so in 2026, actually. So we also host, as Amy mentioned, some of the policy roundtables that they'll be working on that are very policy specific in her portfolio. We also host workshops throughout the year. We have 4 that we'll do this year. We host them about once a quarter. And we plan on doing that this year, just a way to help work on issues that bubble up, but also we plan on doing one on county finances. We plan on doing one on navigating the legislature, and then filling in the gaps on things that pop up that are important to counties. We also videotape those workshops and post them on our website. And that's our website. About a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago at this point, went under a pretty robust upgrade, I would say. And that is a really great source of information. We post our newsletter on there, our board meetings. We post, again, those workshops that we've been doing for some time now, and they're a great source of information and a way to get information about counties. We also post white papers and summaries, and we have a public health page on there as well. That's very helpful. Also, something that NACO does, I will caveat this by saying that I know that our legislative sessions are 120 days. But one thing I want to note that I've been saying as we've moved across the state is that, frankly, I think we're in year-round sessions. The legislature has become busier in the interim. I know we just finished a special session, but it's not just that. The interim committees went through some changes in 2021, and we've, in my mind, have become more about year-round engagement with the legislature. However, we do state advocacy at NACO. It's one of our primary roles to advocate for local government. And we focused a lot on that in the session that ended this year. Like I said, I don't want to step on Cameron's toes. We do work with him quite a bit, your government affairs team here in Carson. But I do want to give sort of an overview of some of the things that NACO, some highlights and top-of-line highlights that NACO worked on this session, to give you an idea of some of the work that we do on behalf of all counties during session. So we reviewed about 1,200 bill drafts this year. About half of those had some impact on county operations, administration, or fiscal impacts. Myself and our government affairs manager, Jennifer Berthume, was up here every day. Amy also actively tracked legislation pertaining to social and human services and public health. And the 3 of us, were at the legislature every day. NACO also has a legislative committee that's open to supervisors and county commissioners and staff. They help us. They meet weekly during session, monthly when we're out of session. Those will start up in January. They help us. They're empowered by the NACO board to help us navigate policy positions and to help us understand legislation that might be out there that would affect counties. About half of those bills were introduced, and then we tracked about 400 of those throughout session. NACO also receives 5 bill drafts. We introduced 4 of those, and 2 of those became law. A little bit of an assessment about session, just an overall take on it. I know we're a little deep into the year, but I guess what I would say from a county perspective is that we were, I think the individual county lobbyists from some of the other counties, and we're quite concerned. I think some of the mandates that we are seeing from the state legislature, I would say a tightening of local government budgets on the horizon. We were very concerned about mandates, especially on the fiscal side, and how those were going to be executed, frankly. I do think, and I'm speaking to the regular session here, we came out much better than I think we would have anticipated. I think for the first time in my career, this was probably my 10th session, maybe 11th session, local governments were really called upon and to give and to educate legislators on impacts to local government budgets more often than I think we had been in the past. And I would like to continue to build on that as we move forward. We had a lot of pretty high-level bills this session that took up a lot of our time, but I really appreciated the legislature engaging local government on our budgets and on operational impacts, frankly, because those can have more fiscal impacts than just dollars, because those tend to be ongoing impacts.
Can I just make a comment?
Sure.
Mayor?
Certainly.
I think that started in January, where NACO engages the new lawmakers that come in with a session. We're given a session. It's something that NACO passed in one of the bills that we had in the 23 session to educate legislators on local government issues, particularly county issues. And so, I think that really has helped to the point that you made, Vince, that, we're there to provide data and information. Yeah, I guess technically it's lobbying, but really it's providing them factual information about how decisions they're making are going to impact the counties. And those relationships you establish early in those educational sessions, I think helped a lot. It was a great bill. And I think from a county perspective, I think it's one of the most significant bills we've had, just the fact that they are required to learn about county information, county operations. It had gotten to the point, without being super critical, where, some of these legislators, if you told them, Wells is a city in Nevada, they wouldn't have even known that. They don't know what the rest of the state looks like, because so many of them come from Las Vegas, and that's the lens that they view everything through. So education to them about counties, I think, is critically important. So, sorry, didn't mean to hijack your
No,
presentation.
no problem. And thank you, Supervisor. I think a couple of notes on that, just for the board's edification. Yeah, so it was Assembly Bill 1, actually, which is funny, because I think it has had a lasting impact, frankly. Probably more so than we expected. And with term limits, the freshman class of legislators has grown exponentially. 16 last session. I expect more this session. There is new leadership, potentially new leadership in both houses. So the education of legislators will be critically important. And I think they're seeing the value too. So I'll give them some credit also, that I think that they're also seeing the value of it as well. And I think my goal, without giving away my secrets, is that I'm trying to I know that the legislature views us as lobbyists. We have to register as lobbyists. We have to be badged. We are viewed as that. But really the way that I try to structure NACO, myself, Amy, Jennifer, even the individual county lobbyists, I really try to get legislators to view us as intergovernmental partners on a lot of things. I think that's important. I understand we're going to sometimes have adversarial relationships just because of the nature of the structure. But ultimately, I think we're really trying to, we have a shared constituency. Every single citizen of a county is a state constituent also, right? So I try to extend that out. And frankly, we deliver the services that the state is talking about most of the time. One more note about session, and I'll move on to some national things, and happy to take questions as we go through this, and I'll wrap up. And again, thank you for the time. One thing I'll say, and it's something to keep an eye on for session as well, and when you have conversations with your legislators or the relationships that you might have with legislators, it's certainly not a critique, but one thing that I've noticed, and one thing that this session really came to point, is that the legislature is taking on what we would call more neighborhood issues. They're starting to take on things around land use and zoning, and enforcement of certain things. I mean, Amy can attest to having a lot of discussions around county cemeteries. That bill took up there's always one sort of interesting bill each session. I think that was probably at AB 350. And then, and probably a really good bill around abandoned or junk vehicles, AB 415, that I think was actually very helpful to counties and probably needed a statewide solution. So not all neighborhood issues are encroaching on our local authority. Sometimes it does make sense to have a statewide solution to things, but this session, more so than others, became what I would call the neighborhood issues session. But so that's sort of our take on session. And we're still sort of analyzing some of the impacts from the special session, so not really prepared to talk about that in any great detail today. We have briefed the NACO board to some degree. We had some wins on traffic safety, especially around schools, and some of the other things we were watching, but not really had a position on. So, and really analyzing some of the other things from a NACO perspective. That said, I don't know if there are any other questions. I'll move on to national and to the National Association of Counties. And I will say one thing also that NACO does, and I'll talk about, we also appoint to some statewide boards throughout the interim as well. Supervisor White is on off-highway vehicles. That they do some grants around that and assess trail infrastructure for enjoying some of the outdoors. And we have appointed, the NACO board has appointed him to that as well. So moving to the National Association of Counties, unless there are any other questions there. Because we are a 100% state, which your membership contributes to, we get 2 seats on the national board. We also have 2 seats on the Western Interstate region that deals with Western County issues. This helps us leverage our influence in the American Counties platform, which crafts the federal, our federal lobbying presence. The National Association of Counties does have a very strong federal lobbying presence, which is great. There's also at the National Association of Counties a litany of policy steering committees that deal with all sorts of issues, anything from transportation to pensions to public lands, housing, transportation. Supervisor Schutte was appointed to a housing solutions task force. She had a great job on that. That really brought together a huge national perspective to share best practices around housing. And I got some good feedback from her that was great. There's also the Rural Action Caucus, Large Urban County Caucus. And if you're interested in serving on a policy committee, if there are issues that interest you, it just takes an appointment from your state association. So just reach out to us and let us know. And those can be found on the National Association of Counties website. And they also, the National Association of Counties has a ton of tools ongoing. I try to share those with counties on things that are topical. Amy mentioned the recent federal government shutdown. They had an ongoing, consistently updated toolkit to help counties and local governments navigate that, and that was helpful. They also have some cost-saving measures on services that you already have to provide, and we're working on ways to get that out to counties. They used to have a program called U.S. Communities that, if I'm being honest, had a more robust marketing program. NACO Edge has been rebranded from U.S. Communities after the National Association of Counties sold it off, and I think they're going through some growing pains on the marketing side, but we're trying to help them here because I think ultimately the programs are beneficial to counties. You already have to do these things, whether it's cash management or or roads or buying supplies or purchasing, and we're trying to do a better job of getting that out to you because I think it could save you some money, especially in a time of tightening budgets. That aside, that's pretty much NACO. Again, happy to answer questions or take feedback, or if you have any feedback for me or questions, we're happy to do it. It doesn't have to be today either. We're just down the street on Minnesota, so. Thank you again for the time, and thank you for your membership in NACO. So, thank you.
Does any member have a question? No? Oh, Supervisor Schutte.
I just appreciate, well, thank you so much. And this, it's always helpful and wonderful to hear the rundown. Regarding the opioid solutions, I think it's incredibly important. And just earlier this morning, we were talking about how to deal with some of the impacts of illegal drug use, and solutions aren't just about suppliers. Solutions are also about demand, because there wouldn't be suppliers without the demand. So thank you for that element, because I think it's critical.
Don't see anyone else. So thank you so very much. We really appreciate the presentation, and come more often, give us updates. Thanks so much. Okay, we're gonna move on to agenda item 10B. This is discussion and possible action for an appointment to the CTA. This will be for a term that will expire December 20th. 2027, so they don't make it through Christmas of 2027. Mr. White, a disclosure.
Yes. NRS 8A.420 requires me to disclose a conflict and abstain from voting when I have a disqualifying conflict. In my private capacity, I serve as the president of the Nevada State Prison Preservation Society. In that unpaid volunteer position, I have a fiduciary duty to the Prison Preservation Society, just as I have a fiduciary duty to the Board of Supervisors in my role as Carson City Supervisor. The Prison Preservation Society engages with and retains the services of the Culture and Tourism Authority to assist with marketing and advertising efforts for the purpose of publicizing various events and functions. Here, the appointment of a member of the Culture and Tourism Authority does not have any significant nexus to that collaborative relationship between the Prison Preservation Society and the authority. I do not have a personal pecuniary interest in this situation, and my independence of judgment is not materially affected by my dual fiduciary duties, especially since my consideration of a candidate's appointment to the Culture and Tourism Authority is driven solely by my assessment of the candidate's ability to serve Carson City without my knowledge of or factoring in anything to do with the candidate's views towards the Prison Preservation Society or the candidate's past, present, or future relationship with the Prison Preservation Society. I make this disclosure for full transparency, but I do not have a disqualifying conflict, and I will be voting on this agenda item.
Thank you so much. Okay, did you want to come on up? Put you in the hot seat, but we're gonna let you off the hook a little bit because we only have one candidate, so it might not be as hot as normal. So
Okay.
welcome.
Thank you. Good
Thank
morning.
you so much for applying. We really appreciate that because we know that it takes energy and stuff, and that you have a full-time job or maybe full-time and a half. I'm not quite sure, but why don't you tell me a little bit about what interests you of serving in this role?
Sure. So I've been in the casino hospitality industry for 34 years, and just recently came on as general manager of Gold Dust West here in Carson City. Prior to that, I was in Lake Tahoe with Bally's, and I've been in the general area for almost 4 years now. My wife is from this area. My wife grew up in Reno and Tahoe, and so she's very happy to be here now as part of my career and our journey together. But I've been on a couple of boards in my time in the casino industry. One in Columbus, Ohio, where I was on the board of Friends of the Hilltop, which was a organization that served an underserved community in Columbus, cleaning up graffiti, street cleanups, things like that. Participated in a lot of those. And then subsequent to that, I was on the national board with TribalNet, which is an organization that provides IT assistance to tribal organizations, primarily in the casino space, but with other tribes as well. So in my career in the casino, I've always been involved in community things, whether on the board or just as someone to help. And it's always been something that's important to me. And so being here now and being in the hospitality industry, the seat on the tourism board seems like a good fit.
Wonderful. Well, thank you again. I'll see if others have questions. So we'll go down to Supervisor Giomi.
Matthew, I guess I will ask you a question. What criteria in your mind do you or will you use to sort of evaluate whether expenditure of CTA funds is worth the return on the investment for a given project or an event, or just kind of what's your thought process on
Sure.
what criteria you'd use? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I think, I probably use the same criteria that I use in the business on a day-to-day basis. How is it going to be most helpful to the city? How is it going to bring people to the area? And how, how is that money best spent in terms of return on investment, in terms of how many people we can get, what that does for businesses within the city, and how effective the spending of that money is.
Supervisor White, anybody else?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Part of the description for the CTA says, to enhance revenues, to provide funding and facilities for local recreation. How do you make that happen, and how do you measure success in that category?
Okay. I think when I think about Gold Dust West, right, we have a lot of parking lot space that I think, as we've been talking since I became the GM there, that we haven't used for a lot of things. I think anytime we can be involved as a community partnership to do things in terms of events, I think we want to be involved in. I think that we can always bring more events to the city. In the second to last meeting of the CTA, there was a presentation on the art installations that just have recently been completed in the city, which I think is a fantastic use of the board's money and assets to improve, our sort of cultural standing and enhance, why people might want to come here and things they might want to see. I think being creative about the things that we can bring to Carson City is really important. And in my career in the casino industry, a lot of the things that I've been involved in is figuring out different marketing programs and things like that, and how do we attract more people. And so I think that can be a good correlation to what I might be able to do on the board.
Thank you.
Supervisor Horton.
Going to skip my question because I believe you've already answered it, but I wanted to thank you for volunteering to serve your community. I think it's a great thing to do, and we appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Schutte.
Thank you so much for volunteering. My question was, what trends have you noticed in the tourism industry? And do you see Carson City aligning with those trends?
So I'll preface this with, I've been involved in sort of Carson City, my understanding of it, for about 3 or 4 months now. Prior to being here and working here, it was a town that I drove through every day to go to and from work. I live in Dayton. And so it's been an amazing discovery so far, having been to 2 of the tourism meetings and just talking with my colleagues at work and understanding from people who live in Carson City and who value Carson City so highly in terms of, their opinions of it. I got to participate in my first Nevada Day parade this year, which was fantastic. Did a lot of running to catch up with our float. It seemed like an easy task, but then I'd look up and they were 2 blocks ahead of me. But it was great sort of being out in the community and seeing people that were so excited to just be out and see the parade. And I did hear that I had a good first parade because last year the weather wasn't nearly as nice. So, but those kinds of events, we did the at the park for Halloween, the Bonanza, which was fantastic. We hadn't in prior years we hadn't participated in that, and so when we had heard about that, our leadership team said we really want to get involved in that. I think did it in kind of a small way this year, but we'll definitely do it in a bigger way next year. But it was a great event, tons of people. Really, really great to see. So, I love seeing communities that are excited about what's happening, and those 2 events in particular were just a great example of that.
Thank you.
Okay. If you have any closing remarks, you certainly can make them. You're not required to, but you may.
No, I just thank all of you for taking the time to allow me to be here and apply for this position. Thanks.
Okay. Supervisor Schutte.
I'd like to make a motion. I move to appoint Matthew Dodd to represent the hotel and motel operators in Carson City for a 2-year term starting on December 21st, 2025.
I have a motion and a second for appointment. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. Thank you again, and
Thank
well,
you.
guess what? Get to work. It's coming. Thanks so
you.
much again.
Appreciate it.
Really appreciate you. Okay, we're now going to move on to agenda item 10C, which is to have our report from Cameron Gresh, our governmental liaison here with the legislature. Come and give us some updates, please. This time you have to do a special session on top of it, but let's go.
Thank you, Mayor Bagwell. Yes, as you noted, my update today comes in two parts. I'm going to start off by talking about legislation becoming effective January 1st, 2026 from the 83rd regular session of the Nevada legislature. And then I'll move on to our 36th special session of the legislature that, as Vince mentioned, just concluded. The first bills that I have to cover here regard mainly insurance and changes to what's going to be covered in the coming years. I'll go ahead and start with Assembly Bill 367. AB 367 significantly expands statewide language access obligations in elections. It requires the Secretary of State to make all voting materials and elections information available online in the 7 most commonly spoken languages in Nevada, plus American Sign Language. The bill also mandates a toll-free interpretation hotline offering assistance in up to 200 languages, and it requires the Secretary of State to hire a language access coordinator. It also authorizes voters with physical disabilities to use mobile devices for interpretive assistance at polling places. Here in Carson City, our clerk recorder has already begun planning for compliance. Their office has completed an initial needs assessment and is designing a bilingual election program that mirrors existing operations, covering ballots, forms, outreach materials, and staff training. Implementation will be phased throughout 2026 with the expectation of full bilingual services well ahead of the next major election cycle. Moving on now to Assembly Bill 428, and I just want to point out, this bill does take effect January 1st, 2027, but it's very similar to all the other bills that I'm going to talk about after this in terms of insurance, so I thought it relevant to discuss as a package. AB 428 requires both public and private health insurers, including Medicaid and government employee plans, to cover medically necessary fertility preservation services for patients diagnosed with breast or ovarian cancer where the disease or its treatment could cause infertility. Coverage must follow accepted medical guidelines. Insurers affiliated with religious organizations may opt out under certain conditions. For Carson City, this translates to an estimated health insurance premium increase of 0.16% per employee, or about $14,500 annually across all covered employees. And I just want to say, while the rest of the bills I'm going to cover for the regular session are going to pertain to insurance, we're still working with our insurance brokers to understand how much of these costs are going to actually come down to the city in terms of the premiums we as the city pay versus city employees. We expect to have that information as we get closer to certain deadlines, but as of right now, we aren't quite sure how that's going to shake out in terms of numbers, so we only have rough numbers here. But I just wanted to go ahead and say that because the other bills do pertain to insurance, and it's the same for them, essentially. SB 257 modernizes Nevada's autism-related statutes. It broadens who may diagnose and treat autism spectrum disorders by requiring insurers to recognize assessments performed by any qualified provider acting within their scope of practice. It also simplifies statewide assessment standards and aligns early intervention programs with evidence-based screening guidelines. For Carson City, the anticipated fiscal impact is relatively small, about 0.05% per employee in added insurance premium costs, or roughly $4,200 in FY26 and $4,600 in FY 2027. And again, certain specifics, those are just kind of general estimates. SB 344 requires all health insurers, including Medicaid, to cover non-invasive prenatal screening blood tests used to detect chromosomal abnormalities at any point in pregnancy. Importantly, insurers cannot require prior authorization. Policies issued or renewed after January 1 will automatically include this coverage for Carson City employees. This results in an estimated 0.17% increase in insurance premiums, about $15,000 annually across all employees adjusted for inflation. Mayor, perhaps you would like to stop here for questions pertaining to the regular session before we move on to the special session, or I can continue my report. It's just I don't want anybody
You
to get
can just
confused.
keep on
Okay.
going and I'll watch for hand raising.
Okay. So the 36th special session, and what a very special session it was, just to give you some kind of background here, there were 27 measures introduced in the special session. The governor's proclamation outlined specific bills from last session that were going to be brought back, but it also outlined just general concepts with legislation that was going to be introduced during that session. When I get to the end of my list, I will talk a little bit about SB 10, the corporate home ownership bill. I just want to point out before I start that unlike the other bills on this list, that bill is dead. Everything else on this list was signed into law. That bill is dead, but it's worth talking about, and I'll get to that in a second. I just don't want anyone to get confused here. The 36th special session convened on November 13th. It ran for 6 consecutive days and concluded on November 19th. The legislature met at the call of the governor to address a series of cybersecurity, public safety, workforce, and fiscal priorities. In numerical order, we'll start with AB1, the state cybersecurity infrastructure. This legislation was proffered in response to the cyber attack that our state suffered earlier this year. AB1 updates Nevada's cybersecurity framework by creating a state security operations center within the governor's technology office. It formalizes statewide cybersecurity policies, requires annual reporting, and establishes a cybersecurity workforce pipeline program. Local governments, including Carson City, may participate in a statewide SOC through interlocal agreements and may later withdraw under the terms of those agreements. So participation for us is as voluntary as we want it to be, and the Security Operations Center is what SOC means there, and that's something that the governor has stood up so that way in the event of a future cyber attack, Nevada's state agencies and local governments have a centralized place to go to respond and collect information, much in the same way that you saw happening during the actual cyber attack, where there was a website where you could go to see what services were up, DMV, this or HUD, this or that. And so this is really just kind of a continuation and a trickle down of that. And again, participation is voluntary by local governments. Now, moving on to Assembly Bill 3. Assembly Bill 3 allows public officers, including those whose positions are established in statute, charter, or ordinance, to request confidentiality for certain personal information maintained by government agencies. This aligns these protections for public officers with those already provided to peace officers and elections officials. Again, this is a security precaution. Unfortunately, the times we live in, with everything being so public, public officers are certainly deserving of the same protections that we give to peace officers and election officials. So this is really just expanding that eligibility. And so nothing too new there other than that expanded eligibility. Now on to AB4, the Safe Streets and Neighborhoods Act. This was referred to colloquially in the building and in media as the governor's crime bill. It is a pretty comprehensive but relatively focused policy update. It increases penalties for selected offenses, expands victim protections, and updates juvenile justice and diversion program requirements. It also authorizes certain data sharing provisions for law enforcement. In working with our various law enforcement agencies, we already do much of what is prescribed in this bill, and the changes we would have to make, if any, at this point are relatively small procedural and policy changes. I know our courts are already working with the outside bodies they need to make sure they're up to date on things. So is our Department of Alternative Sentencing and our sheriff's office, which again, these are very, very minute impacts. And while we're still processing all of it, preliminary indications are that there really aren't that many fiscal impacts that we could identify, and the procedural changes are pretty minute. So there's one in there, I think you'll see probably the biggest one that perhaps other counties might need to deal with is having a running list accessible via the public for inmates incarcerated in your institutions. Again, we already have this. But anyway, that's kind of the level of changes that you're going to see here. Okay, moving on to AB6, school zone traffic safety. This bill really came out of Clark County. They worked very closely with Assembly and Senate leadership to create this. AB6 expands both state and local authority to regulate school zones and school crossing zones, including placement, speed limits, and enforcement times. It clarifies jurisdiction between NDOT and local governments. We will be updating internal procedures to ensure our practices are consistent with the expanded authority and the statute. As of right now, they appear to be so. Preliminarily, it looks like we may be wanting to look at some of the language around what we talk about you can and cannot do in a school zone. Things like U-turns and stuff like that are now something that we'll need to prescribe ourselves. And so we are working with Public Works on identifying what signage changes are needed and what other changes might be needed from a policy standpoint. They are going to be pretty minute, but I just want to let everyone know now that we're working to identify exactly what we need to now say and what we need to clarify between us and NDOT. But largely, as far as like designating school zones and things like that, those are all going to remain in place. That's not something that's going to be affected by this bill. This will just be more us having to be very prescriptive and specific where we maybe haven't had to be before. All right, and moving on to Senate Bill 3, the Silver State Supportive General Assistance Program. So this program creates basically you could call it a SNAP supplement, a contingency fund. It's called the General Assistance Program in law. This is in response to the recent federal government shutdown, which lasted long enough to impact the distribution of benefits, food benefits, like SNAP to families all across the country. In response to this, the legislature created in statute the General Assistance Program as a contingency fund that can be filled from the general fund upon the need to do so should there be another government shutdown. And just the next deadline for when we might even have to think about this again is January 30th, which is the next deadline for the government to fund itself. So we have this set up. It doesn't have money in it yet because there is no emergency relating to that, but it's ready and waiting now for an appropriation of any amount from the general fund should it be needed. Senate Bill 4 makes some state-level appropriations. It appropriates $3 million to the Department of Indigent Defense Services Stipend Fund, which pays district attorneys and public defenders for pretrial release hearings conducted on weekends or holidays. This is to supplement funding that actually expired in September that Carson City uses, and so now this account that we regularly pull out of for these activities is funded again for the biennium. So that's really, and other than that, it was just mostly state government stuff, but that is relevant to us, and I did want to make sure that we are aware of that. The program is funded through September 17th, 2027. Senate Bill 5 is a healthcare provider shortage grant program. So this establishes a statewide system to identify healthcare provider shortages and allocates competitive grants for projects that expand the health workforce and improve access to care. Eligible applicants include local governments like us, medical facilities, behavioral health providers, and higher education institutions and nonprofits. This could theoretically open opportunities for Carson City Department or local healthcare partners to pursue capacity building grants. This would all be contingent upon obviously our own capacity, because I will say this does require matching funds, but there will be things like a statewide needs assessment that will highlight, not just in Carson City, but everywhere, what providers we don't have and how we might be able to mitigate that. So though in reviewing of the bill right now, we couldn't really see a lot of things we might use this on as we look at what other counties do and get more information from the Department of Health and Human Services about how they're going to roll this out. There may be opportunities in the future for us to use this. And also we have many community partners who may qualify. Again, that's more contingent on them, but there are those around us who may be able to benefit from this as well. So either way, this will start a conversation about healthcare in Northern Nevada and what we need. And so for that reason, I did want to include it here in our report. And now on to Senate Bill 7. SB 7 revises workers' compensation law by creating a conclusive presumption that lung diseases arise out of employment for certain first responders with at least 2 years of continuous full-time service. Unlike prior law, the diseases no longer must be caused by exposure to smoke, fumes, heat, or noxious gases, and the bill applies retroactively to certain claims. This was something that was dropped on a Saturday afternoon. No one saw it coming. It was quite a surprise. At this point in time, we did not provide, unlike other counties, a fiscal note for it, only because we have not had in recent memory the types of claims that this bill talks about, and so we didn't have data to participate in the conversation, unlike other counties who did. The governor signed this bill into law, and that is basically the long and short of it. It's a remarkably simple bill, but it does kind of go back and flip certain other prior legislative statutes on their heads. So that's just something for our risk management and finance department to know and be aware of going forward. But as far as immediate action, we don't have claims and stuff. Supervisor Giomi?
Yeah, Mayor, if I may. What was the process they used to introduce this? Because it wasn't, I mean, that was kind of my question when this came up. It was like, where the heck did this come from? I mean, I understand where it came from related to the Supreme Court decision, but my comment is, how did, legally, how did it get brought up? And you know, are there challenges because of that? Or, and maybe this is a question for Dan or Garrett I see here. I just, anyway, go ahead.
You are not
Good
the
luck.
only one.
No, I know I'm not, but that's why I'm asking.
With this question. That was, oh man, that was what I spent my Saturday trying to figure out when I was in the building. So the official justification was that this falls under labor and labor relations, and there was a different bill concerning private sector wages. I believe that was SB 8 that was already on the governor's proclamation, and it was argued by the bill sponsor that this is germane to the governor's proclamation because it concerns labor. It was about, I think, 40 sections away from the NRS section that was cited in the proclamation. I'm not a lawyer, going to say that right now. I have that question too. NACO, the Nevada Association of Counties, did actually write a veto letter on behalf of all counties, which if anyone hasn't seen, I can provide that for the record, where they also question how this was added to the session, and that is all I can say about that. It's it was certainly a very interesting time in the building, and yes, that is the legal justification from the bill sponsor.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and now moving on to SB 10. So I hit this one from the beginning. This bill died. It addressed corporate ownership of residential property. It proposed limiting corporate acquisitions to 100 units per year and imposing registration and reporting requirements on bulk purchasers. This bill is not on here because the content is super relevant to us. This bill is on here because it represents a constitutional first that is going to change the character, I think, of every special session that will be called from here on out. In 2012, via a constitutional amendment, the legislature was given the power to call itself into special session instead of waiting for a call from the governor. It took a while, but on this special session, the legislature finally decided to exercise this power for the first time in state history. And what happens is legislators in both chambers that want to see something on a special session go around to their colleagues and have them sign a petition. If they get a 2/3 majority, it is then added to the special session independent of the governor's proclamation. This is just really constitutionally interesting, and I think it bears repeating in this meeting just because now anytime any governor in the future calls a special session, the legislature, they'll prescribe the menu in their proclamation, but the legislature now has the opportunity to add things a la carte as long as they can get enough signatures. And so for that reason, the bill's on there because it is going to change the dynamic, I think, a fair bit. So it's dead. Also, just, I would maybe expect to see something similar in the next session, just because it addresses an issue that is perennially on the mind of all Nevadans, and that is housing and affordability. So while it may not come back in the exact same form, I would expect to see something similar, given that it died rather unexpectedly. But as far as what form it could take, I couldn't say. But
Supervisor Giomi?
Cameron, was it, you said that does a special session already have to exist in order for them to bring it up, or they can bring it up at any time, meaning the legislature? They can get a petition at any time, or does a session already have to be in session, as was the case here? That's what you implied the way you said that. And I thought the way the law was written was the legislature could call itself into session at any time with a 2/3 majority.
I believe it is anytime. I don't have the constitutional provision in front of me, but yes, they are able, the point was to give the power to them to do it independently by themselves.
It just so happened that they did it so it wasn't the 37th
Well,
special
because they're all
session.
going to be there anyway.
Correct, well, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
So it wasn't technically the 37th special session. It was essentially a way for them to get an additional item on the session that was already in place.
Yes.
But it was my understanding that if they wanted to call the 37th special session and they could get a 2/3 majority, that they could do it in a month.
Yes, that is absolutely, I believe, a power they have. I believe what would stop them from doing so, and just as an interesting point, is that it costs about $100,000 a day to have everybody be up here, and so and also fundraising blackouts for that time before and after a session is called. It'll really throw a wrench in your schedule.
I'm not saying they're going to do it.
But yeah.
I did.
Absolutely, they can, and they absolutely could, and I try not to prognosticate what the legislature will do, just because you're inviting the wrath of the legislative gods. But yes, that is something they can do, and they did it for the first time ever in history.
Thank you.
This session.
I don't see any other questions, but thank you for such a thorough report. And now we don't know whether we're more afraid of regular sessions or special sessions.
I'm afraid all the time.
Yeah.
And Mayor, just to let you know, your next implementation date for legislation passed during the regular session is going to be July 1st, 2026. So you'll be hearing from me in June and possibly earlier as other legislative items require.
Okay, thank you so much. Again, thanks. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 11A, which is our discussion and possible action for potentially purchasing some water rights for the Buzzies Ranch open space. Ms. Boyer, want to give us the highlights of this, please?
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Board of Supervisors. For the record, Lindsay Boyer, Open Space Manager for Carson City. This item before you today, as you noted, is to potentially approve a purchase and sale agreement for the acquisition of approximately 86 acres or 363.825 acre feet of water rights to apply to the Buzzies Ranch open space. This has been a project that we've been working on for many years, as you know, so I'm very excited to bring this before you today. As you know, Buzzies Ranch was acquired through two purchases in 2007 and 2010. And at the time of acquisition, we did not have enough funding to purchase the water rights that were needed to support the ranch. So at that time, we entered into a purchase and sale agreement with the sellers, and that allowed us to utilize their water rights while we worked out a long-term solution. The water rights are definitely critical to the maintenance of the property. They help maintain the historically irrigated green pastures, the floodplain protection, the wildlife habitat. If we were to remove the water rights from this property, it would be devastating. So this has been a very important project for us. We completed an appraisal for this particular acquisition. It was done in July 2025. And the purchase price was determined to be $730,000 for the water rights offered. And the purchase of water rights, all of the water rights that are needed for Buzzies, that was included in the fiscal year 26 budget. So this has been budgeted. And this acquisition is just the first of potentially three. So it represents approximately 20% of the overall water rights needed to support the ranch. So I'll be coming back before you, but this is the first step towards that. So with that, I will take any questions.
Can you, just for the public too, but can you tell us why is it in 3 stages? Are there different owners of those, right? Just to explain why it's 3 stages.
Yeah, great question. Yeah, so this particular acquisition is for some water rights that were retained by the original sellers of the property. So seeking to purchase those, and they've been a willing seller and partner with us, which has been great. We've also been working with another water right owner, Vidler Water Company, who owns a lot of water in the area. So that will be a second purchase. And then we also have a grant, a Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act funded grant, and that will be bringing up the third acquisition. They're all just on different timelines right now.
Okay, thank you. Any other member have a question? I've kind of been through this, so thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? Okay, I'll bring it back up here for a motion. Supervisor Shute.
I move to approve the purchase and sale agreement as presented and authorize the mayor to take all necessary actions to complete the water rights purchase. Yay.
I have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. Thank you so much. We look forward to the next 2. Okay, we're now going to move on to agenda item. Do you need a little setup time? You're good. You don't need setup time, okay? And nobody needs a break. Okay, let's take just a quick recess so that we might not have to interrupt the next stage. So we'll be in recess just for like 5 minutes. Supervisors back to order. We're on agenda item 12A, which is a discussion and potential directions that we may give to the DA's office and staff on short-term rentals. Ms. Sullivan, would you kind of take us through a starting position for me so that and for the public, so that we're on an even ground of where we are today? What does the code allow for short-term rentals? And then we can get into changes that we'd like to see.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just frame it. Essentially, in Title 18, you have a table of permitted uses. The table of permitted uses lists a lot of uses and says what zoning district they're allowed in. What Title 18 also says is that if a use is not listed, the Community Development Director has the authority, based on the statement of purpose of the zoning districts, to identify how that use will be handled in terms of where it would be approved and what the approval process would be. In the case of a short-term rental, I have made the determination that's a transient use, similar to a hotel. Based on that, and based on our existing code, hotels are allowed in the downtown mixed use, the retail commercial, general commercial, tourist commercial, limited industrial, and general industrial. So I would find that a short-term rental, because it's very similar to that use, would be allowed in those zoning districts that would allow that use. I'll remind the board that in February 21st, 2025, you had your retreat, and we talked about this. And we talked about the concept of the short-term rental, and I think the opinion of the board was, one, you didn't want to leave it to my interpretation. You said, let's figure out what the rules are. Let's say what the rules are and not have this interpretation, so it's very transparent and everybody knows what to expect. What you also said in February was, let's kind of start small. Maybe the residential office, it's right there next to downtown, and we can start there and take it from there. But let's make that our starting point, is what you had said. There was a lot more said, and I'm looking at Supervisor White, because I know Supervisor White had a lot of performance standards ideas, sort of looking at how other places were handling short-term rentals, and suggested we look into things like that as well. But I think in terms of the consensus of the board, the consensus was, let's start small. Residential office was cited as a good starting point, and I agree with that, actually, because it's right next to the downtown. It's where you have those houses that can be used as office or residential, and that's where we were. So that information's been provided to the district attorney's office, and more questions have come up. And so Todd Reese is going to kind of, when you're ready, to kind of take you through those questions.
Perfect. Go ahead, Todd. Thank you.
Okay. So we did have a few questions come up. And for the purposes of this discussion, I'm going to try and keep it at a higher level discussion and not necessarily get into the weeds. So starting with the zoning, the board indicated that we should look at a residential office as the location for short-term rentals. And so the question came up, was it the board's intent to move away from where short-term rentals are currently allowed in the commercial and industrial areas and locate them solely in the residential office for the time being until we have more experience with short-term rentals?
Keep going.
Keep going?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think it'd be better to have a robust discussion.
Okay,
with full
so I will
information.
toss out several questions then. And then if you'd like to come back to any particular question, then please do so. So another question that came up was separation requirements. Separation requirements are basically the distance, the physical distance between properties. And is the board interested in having any particular distance between short-term rentals in the community? The other, another question that came up, kind of high level, was this building type. Was the board looking at short-term rentals in single-family dwellings? Or was the board or was the board looking at residential or short-term rentals and other dwelling types such as duplexes or fourplexes where the living units are attached to each other? Another question that came up was licenses per person. Was there a limit that the board would be interested in as far as a number of short-term rentals owned per person? Another question that came up was, is the board interested in looking at a licensing scheme? In this, the licensing scheme and talking with Hope would probably look like a new business license category, where short-term rentals would obtain a business license from Carson City, and there would be certain restrictions or fees or penalties that may come up in that the board could implement as part of the business licensing scheme for short-term rentals. Also, something that came up was health, safety, or fire inspections. And in talking with Hope, the health and safety and fire inspections are a part of the existing business licensing scheme. And so that would dovetail with what we have that exists now, if the board were to give us the direction to implement a business licensing scheme for short-term rentals. The last thing that really came up was enforcement, and who is going to enforce the business licensing scheme, if that's what the board wishes to do, and also who would be enforcing the short-term rental limitations and code once that's implemented. In talking with Hope, the existing enforcement that we have would be code enforcement. Code enforcement currently enforces business licenses. Code enforcement, however, is not here 24/7. And so that would fall back on kind of the currently existing process where if there's a problem with a business after hours, that would get routed towards dispatch and 911. And then this, we also got into a larger conversation about how to enforce the Carson City Municipal Code against short-term rentals and what the process would be. That was kind of a two-part discussion. One is, if we establish a business licensing scheme for short-term rentals, are there any specific enforcement procedures that would be appropriate to implement specific to short-term rentals? And the second part of that is a larger discussion of what happens with uses on, or non-conforming uses on existing properties. The way this dovetails in with short-term rentals is what happens if a person is conducting an unlicensed short-term rental. How do we enforce our use, our zoning against that particular use? And so that, I think, is a larger discussion for later. And right now we'd be looking for any to address maybe the first part, whether the board had any special parameters related to short-term rentals that it would be interested in developing.
So maybe I'll start just with general concerns. Is when you make a rule, there's an expectation that there'll be an enforcement of that rule. And I find that personally to be the most difficult part of this. If I suspect that my next door neighbor got a short-term rental scheme in the neighborhood. And so I call and make a complaint to code enforcement that Johnny has people that are staying. I have no idea whether it's exceeding a 28-day contract or a 7-day contract. I have no idea. I just know what I suspect. So I'm going to make a complaint to code enforcement that I've seen 4 weekends in a row with different visitors staying the night in cars and whatever, or it's noisy and they're having late night parties. I think for me, the most difficult part is what's the cause and what do I expect out of code enforcement? Are they going to go walking up to the door, knock on it and say, I've had a complaint and can you prove to me? I'm asking in reality, how would you do this, right? Can you prove to me who stayed in your home 2 nights ago, Friday and Saturday, right? Or Friday, Saturday, Sunday, who stayed in your home and how they had the authority to do that? And can I compel them to give me contracts, or can they just shut the door? I mean, right?
No, I get the question. So how would it work? Actually, in the case of short-term rentals, because of the advertising that occurs, it's kind of, there's this other source of information that you wouldn't have necessarily. Typically, what we do is we do not knock on doors, first of all. If there's a use on a site that should not be there, and we had a case, for example, in town a couple of years ago, somebody was operating a restaurant out of their carport in a residential zoning district. That wasn't allowed. We go out, it happened, I promise you. We go out, we make an observation. We listen to what the other neighbors say. We then can do independent research. Are they advertising this on Airbnb, on vacation rental by owner? And then we typically will start with a courtesy letter. And we are doing enforcement on them right now. And so we'll start with a courtesy letter. Maybe you didn't know, but this use isn't allowed in the zoning district. You know, please stop using it this way. Let us know when you've come into compliance. If we don't hear back from them or we don't see a result, we then escalate it to notice of violation. What Todd Reese just referred to, and it was really interesting at the risk of belaboring this, but a lot of the things he brought up in this case, I said, those are cases with every business that we have a violation with. I said, this is why we need to get to Title IV, because when we have a violation of a business, we escalate it, but we never get to the point where we can actually stop what's occurring, or it's a challenge. Let's just put it that way. So how do we do code enforcement? We take the complaint, we go out, we try to make an independent observation, we send a courtesy letter, then we pursue code enforcement. And that's across the board, whether it's short-term rental or something different.
So maybe the first discussion point is, do we create a business license methodology so we have an enforcement mechanism that allows us to revoke their privilege to do business if they're violating the rules, right? And so that's an administrative tactic we could take versus a criminal. And
if I can just briefly expand on the conversation about the business license, and you see I have my little roller here because I'm ready for code enforcement, nuisances, business license, or zoning. But on business license, we have 7 categories. And one of the categories is a home-based business. So say you're an accountant, you work out of your home, that's a home-based business. We also have a category that it's called all other businesses, but it's essentially a bricks and mortar business. I'm not sure this use is going to fall under either of those. So I'm wondering out loud here if the board is interested in creating, I said there's 7 categories, if we create an 8th category that's called short-term rental. And there's a fee associated with it, just like there's a fee associated with the other 7. And that way, as part of the business license, if we do a query, if you do go for any of these separation requirements or something like that, we do our query. It's very easy to identify what those are. And it also, because this is just a creature that's a little different than the others. So that was sort of what the discussion was. And then feeding off that, you can determine, are there supplemental standards associated with this business license? And is there a different pathway in terms of enforcement of this business license than other business licenses?
Supervisor Giomi?
I guess, you kind of asked a question, Mayor, about do we want to start with the, do we want to license them? And I guess my question would be, and we talked about enforcement, my question would be, how would enforcement look differently if we license them differently? And I think that's the fundamental component, because if we license them differently, then in my opinion, we have to enforce differently. We can't enforce with a nice little letter saying, hey, are you running an STR? If we're going to do that, I think it has to be, it has to be very punitive. You have a set of criteria that you have to match, and if you're not matching those, you're going to pay a fine and you're going to lose the license, period. If that's the path we go down,
We do liquor.
that's the only way I'm comfortable doing that. Similar to what has happened with the marijuana dispensaries and the production facilities, where, you can't smell marijuana supposedly off-site from a production facility. I say supposedly because that doesn't work, but you get my point. If we're going to do that, to me, that's the only way this works, because that's the only way that I think we can make that work. So to me, if we're going to do that, and I know we're getting into the weeds a little bit, but I think it's important for you to hear at least my thoughts. That means this license has to be sufficiently priced so that we can add enforcement, and that the licensing pays for the enforcement. It's not right that the neighbors have to pay for that enforcement. It's not right that our citizens have to pay for that enforcement. It is only right, if we do it, for the STR businesses to pay for the enforcement component. And as you said, you don't want to get too far into the weeds, but I would only be comfortable, and I know we're providing you general direction, and I think what happened in February was our direction was too constrained. And I think we need to open the direction to you a little bit, so you have a broader umbrella to search under to get where you hear that we want to go. I had one other question about, because I've heard from some folks who feel like we do allow it, but it just happens to be allowed in areas where, that are outside of SF 12,000 or SF 6,000 or whatever. So you mentioned several of the areas where it would be allowed based on your interpretation, existing interpretation. Are there any dwelling units in those areas to speak of?
Yes, there are. In Carson City, we do allow a residential use in non-residential zoning districts. So, for example, Mills Landing, which is across from Mills Park, those townhouses that came across from FedEx. I believe there are vacation rentals in there, because I've looked to see where they are.
Okay.
And also some of the places that are run by Relaxa, I think those, which used to be hotels, would be a non-residential zoning district as well. So yes, we do have residential.
Yeah, they're not using those as STRs, though.
They advertise
As
online.
STRs?
Online, I've seen advertising.
Really?
But the net of it is, I have not done a big inventory, but the question is, do we have residential units in non-residential zoning districts? The answer is yes.
Okay. You asked a lot of questions. I think, I don't know if you want us to provide you direction on all of those questions, or if your thought is to maybe come back with some thoughts on your side in terms of what might be enforceable, what might be legal, what might be, maybe more importantly, defensible, should we roll this out? Because I think that's the other key to this. I need to hear from you that what we roll out is defensible, and that we're not going to have, the Airbnb come in because we've crafted something that puts us at legal jeopardy to have to defend that in court. I'm not against trying to defend it if we think it's reasonable, but you're the ones who have to defend it. So I have to hear from you guys that it's defensible. You don't have to tell me that now, but that's one of the things in my head. Okay, I'll stop. Then that may be more.
Supervisor Horton.
Okay, everything Stacy said and some more. You have to license them, black and white. You have to provide code enforcement 24/7. If the sheriff's office can't do it after hours, you're gonna have to hire somebody to come in and do it. We have to have enforcement based on the complaints that we've received already on these issues. It indicates that there is a need for that. So I would be a big proponent of doing that. I'm not necessarily against STRs, but I want some teeth and some rules. And if I'm gonna support it, it has to work. Have you looked at Washoe County's rules and regulations?
I've spoken with Washoe County. I'm familiar with Douglas County and Tahoe's rules. So in Douglas, they allow them in Tahoe, but not in the valley. In Washoe, they allow them throughout the entire county. However, they really only exist up in Incline.
Yeah.
So it's a little different creature. And that's why I was actually, the conversations I've had with the DA's office, which they don't necessarily agree with, so I'll just start there, is I like the idea of the RO because I feel like it's a small set, it's a small data set, and that way we can kind of start there and see what are the concerns that might come up. Because obviously, if you look at what we have up in Tahoe, or for our neighboring counties, they have things like quiet hours, they have decibel meters, they have the hotline, they have parking restrictions. And that's why I have my Title VIII here, because part of the conversation was, should we have special parking restrictions for these? I said, well, we have parking restrictions in Title X. Let's subject them to the same parking restrictions we subject everyone else to. In terms of quiet hours, if you have quiet hours from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., what does that mean exactly? And how do I enforce that? And I'm looking at the mayor because she knows what we went through on Rice Street a couple of years ago. And what's troublesome to one person may not be troublesome to the other.
Right.
And so I really want to understand better what are the impacts of this use that may necessitate some type of performance standards, like, I'm not suggesting quiet hours, but I'm saying like quiet hours. Like what hours can the trash go out? Can the trash only go out the day before trash collection? It can't go out 4 days before? I mean, there's all sorts of stuff we could come up with,
Well,
but
there are rules that require no events, no parties, no weddings, all kinds of things like that. You have to
Right.
look at all of those things, and come
Right.
back with something that's a bit more comprehensive, from my point of view. I think when you look at Washoe County and these other places, they do have some good rules that we would certainly want to take a peek at. The problem I have with it when you get down to the get down is the enforcement component of it. Without that, it doesn't work. And I can tell you, residential business is very different than sleepover on the weekend with all my buddies and their bikes, right? So two different things we're talking about pretty much. I want to see us dive into this deeper and do a good job with it, whatever we're going to do. But I'm not going to rush into something and make a decision. I want a lot more information.
Mayor, if I may, the DA's office actually had a lot of inputs similar to what Supervisor Horton just mentioned in terms of having the conversation. And my concern was, I have 1.5 people. I can't do enforcement. So what I'm hearing from you all is, okay, then the fee has to capture that cost.
Yes.
And so I just wanted to state that way to make sure I was clear on what you were saying.
Yes.
Absolutely what I was saying.
Unless I missed something here, I think we all agree with that again, if you have a law and you can't enforce it, it won't help any neighbor, and they want to feel that they can make a complaint and it will be reviewed and looked at, so.
And fixed.
Well, and fixed, right. And it doesn't mean they'll all be sustained. I want to be perfectly clear on that too, just because we certainly have had experiences with other situations where people don't like what a business does that's next to a residential zone. And it's very difficult at times to say, where does it cross the line and it's a nuisance and violations. So I think I agree with everyone too. I want to see what are good measures to be able to sustain a complaint. Certainly, if you're advertising and you're not in an approved area, I think advertising is a great, well, you kind of told us you were or you intend to violate,
Or you're not licensed.
or you're not licensed, right? Because here's an advertisement and you don't have a license, but things like that. So I think we're all, though, that the fee should cover the cost of the enforcement of the program. If we start,
Yes,
are we all
absolutely. That
kind of,
one.
we're just giving directions on the record in general. No, obviously, final decisions on anything till you bring us crafted language, but just in general, we'd
Right.
all say, create a separate business license and the fee to cover the enforcement of that. Anybody have a
Or
problem
the
with
program.
that? Right,
Let's
for
say the program,
Yeah, for the program.
because there are other efforts that you'll have to put forth. Should cover the cost of our city's efforts.
Okay. Supervisor White, do you have some more stuff?
Thank you.
Mhm.
Certainly your idea of a separate business license category, I think is very appropriate because, as you said, there's a lot more to this than just a home business, right? I do agree with that idea that a fee structure that creates that position of code enforcement, a code enforcement person whose primary duty is a short-term rental. Now, to the idea of 24-hour enforcement and response, our municipal code requires the sheriff's office to supply assistance in these kind of situations. And so I don't think we have to hire a 3-person team to have 24-hour coverage. Sheriff's office is there to do that. And I think we have to have a very strong schedule of penalties and sanctions that will encourage property owners and property managers to comply before they get themselves into trouble. I'm not sure I could go along with the idea of some sort of building height restriction. I'm not sure I fully understood what you were talking about there, but you know, the other part of what we're talking about here is people's property rights. We have to protect property rights, not only for the neighbors, but for these operators as well. And that's where you come into reasonable restrictions and guidelines for this to happen. Pigeonholing this into residential office area is not something I can support, because you're telling one section of property owners, yeah, go ahead and make money. You're telling other people, sometimes folks, that their property may well be their only asset that gives them an avenue to supplemental income. I don't, that just isn't appropriate. And I certainly would not be inclined to support putting a limit on the number of units that you can operate. Just like that bill in the special legislature died. It should have never even been introduced. That's just a ridiculous idea. Other than that, I have spoken to a few folks in the business, and in regards to reasonable regulations and guidelines, I think that litany of performance measures that I delivered before is still pretty well intact. Not to get into the weeds on that, really today, but none of the people I spoke to about that list thoroughly rejected any of those ideas. Some of them they were a little squeamish on, like for instance, the parking restrictions, most specifically, no on-street parking. But I would absolutely, again, state that nobody outright rejected that idea. And where I went with that was your primary parking must be inside the garage with no more than 2 vehicles in the driveway and no on-street parking. 30-minute manager response, 24/7. A maximum of 2 people per bedroom, plus 2. Seems to be an industry standard. With a quiet time beginning at 9 p.m. Across the board, nobody disagreed with that whatsoever. Monitored external decibel meters. You guys will have to figure out what that noise level is that sets that trigger. Internal and external surveillance cameras monitored 24/7. And all trash must be within the waste management totes when the trash is put out. The other 2, we already talked about the fee structure and schedule of penalties and sanctions. That seems to be a industry-wide acceptable set of regulations.
I'd say on the parking where you indicated no on-street parking won't work in some of the areas because they don't even have a garage. So if you go to our downtown, no, you would be excluding a lot of stuff in the downtown because they don't have parking. They have green parking that they get designated for their residential. So I like just, you have to maintain the current standards.
Legal.
They're legal parking standards that we already have. You can't, like you said, park sideways on your thing. I think we all understand what that,
grass.
right.
Yeah,
On the
perhaps,
grass and things like that, I agree with, but just follow our standard parking requirements.
perhaps the way to get around that is if a garage is available, if there's a driveway available, you cannot park in the street.
And maybe we can look at that. I just
Yeah.
want to be clear that I don't want to write things so tight that we still can't enforce. My objective here is to
Right.
make sure that when someone calls in the complaint, we can go right to the code, and so could they, right? They could say, hey, they're violating 1C, and that's what my complaint is, or 1F, or whatever it is. So that everyone is aware of what the rules are. And part of the discussion I'd like too is whether we want to take solely, or maybe it's not solely, the administrative tact, because we have to define in code whether it's going to be a misdemeanor, and if we don't. So I'm assuming we're going to go the administrative tact, where they'll go before a hearing officer and maybe they could appeal to us.
Right.
So we'll take the administrative tactic. Is that where we want to go?
It depends what code section we're using. If we're using a violation of the zoning code, for example, if the supplemental standards are housed in Title 18, then yes, the appeal, it's technically a nuisance. The appeal is to a hearings officer and then to the courts. If it's a violation of the business license, so if we were to house those in business license, then the revocation of a business license comes to the Board of Supervisors.
Just because I have an existing code set up with an existing stream doesn't mean I got to stay that way. The discussion for us is to say, unless we're going to make it all, I don't know if we're going to do sections in Title 18, which would probably only be zoning discussion, versus Title 4, where you're going to put all the rules.
I think it fits in 4.
So
So I'm saying we we would like it to be through the administrative stream, because I also want the residents to have the ability to say that 30-day notice to cure was done and they're coming for revocation because they didn't cure. That's not going to happen through the court system. It's only going to happen through an administrative system. So I'll let lawyers and all you guys figure out where you're placing things in code and stuff, but
So,
that makes sense.
Madam Mayor, let me take a step back more broadly. In most enforcement schemes we have in the municipal code, there is kind of a dual criminal and administrative enforcement. In a lot of cases, in general, a violation of the code is a misdemeanor. However, in practice, the DA's office does not have the resources to prosecute everything as a misdemeanor, and nor would it necessarily be appropriate. And with a robust administrative scheme, you may get better results and better compliance than with a prosecution.
But
And timeliness.
I agree with what the mayor said. But I also want to acknowledge what Todd said, that there has to be a criminal component so that if
Don't comply
continued
with this.
administrative violations are ignored,
Right.
there's an avenue for us to pursue more serious
For
matters.
us to
That's
say.
what I would like to see. May I continue with a couple of
Sure.
comments? Yeah, I mean, I think we can all agree on a list of things as Supervisor White brought up. And Supervisor Horton brought up several from additional counties, and I think your charge should be to come back with a recommendation based on, what you find. Just in general, I'm not a big fan of cameras inside. I don't know that feels a little creepish to me. Cameras outside is fairly intrusive, but I think they're necessary to be able to document. And I would think of the people who I know who have done this, and the vacation rentals I've used, exterior cameras are common. It's a protection for the property owner, and they're wise to do that. But inside cameras creep me out a little bit.
Every hotel you're in is a camera looking at you.
Not in my room,
Your
it
room.
doesn't.
Not in the room, only to the hallway.
In any case, I'm
those
creeped
are
out enough
private-
by my Alexa device sometimes.
Areas where a camera would not be appropriate, but in the common areas,
No.
Yeah.
the kitchen?
Anyway, we can argue with that when you bring them back. If you want to put it in, fine. I think we can when we're making decisions.
No.
But I'm very uncomfortable with that. One thing I definitely want to get on the record so that it's clear in your minds that we're talking about short-term rentals. We're not talking, because I know a number of people, especially in this community, will rent out a room for the legislative session, for folks who are either lobbyists or legislators. They may rent a room out in their home while they're there. They may even rent out their home while they're there, but those are longer-term rentals generally. But I'm not talking about trying to put restrictions on that. If there's someone in here who, as Curtis and Supervisor White have said, if there's someone who's living in a house and they have a 4-bedroom house and they're by themselves now and they need some money, and they want to rent out a room, that's not what we're talking about here. And I know that's not a short-term rental, but I want to put that on the record, make sure that I would not support anything related to that. If I ever get to the point where I need a little extra dough and I want to rent out a bedroom, I don't want us restricting that, so I want to
So
put that on the
you'll-
record.
I did that for a long time.
So that'll be a definitional
So-
issue? So if I do,
So with
Well,
this, the
I just
short-term,
want to rent out
the
on Fridays
short-term,
and Saturdays.
the short-term rental will kind of dovetail with the transient occupancy tax. They define a short-term rental as less than 28 days. And that'd also be something that, my understanding from your prior discussion was that the short-term rentals would be paying transient occupancy taxes as well.
Correct.
Correct. So that would kind of be the definition around there. Now, if you had, if you had somebody who was renting out a room to somebody else for the weekends, and that was a, long-term arrangement where the one person stayed with the other person for the weekends, on weekends for a year, I don't think that's a short-term rental. But if you're talking about a different person coming in every weekend, I think that is a short-term rental.
I guess I would say to you that you probably need to work on helping
Is
us
that
define
owner
that.
Right.
occupied?
I think you're
Is
gonna,
that a difference?
I mean, I think of a couple of scenarios that I know of right now. I mean, I have a friend who owns a home. This does not qualify as a short-term rental because she rents it out for the entire legislative session from January through
Right.
June. So it's not a short-term rental. She has a relative that lives in another part of the country. When the session comes in, she rents it out. She goes and lives with her relative and visits for those 6 months. So that's one thing that I don't think is going to get caught up in this. But I also know someone who rents a bedroom out in their home and they need it. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to keep their home. And for the most part, they're renting it out to someone a little more consistently than a weekend, but that doesn't mean that they're not renting it out for a week at a time until they get someone who's in there more long-term. And maybe there's not a way,
Owner occupied. then.
maybe there's not a way to, yes.
You could add
Maybe
that.
maybe that's the way to do it.
right.
I don't want to get caught up where
Occupy it and
these
just
people
do
who
a
are going to
room.
lose a home because they need that extra income. I don't want us to sweep them aside in this process.
But it'd be
you know,
owner occupied.
Yeah, perhaps if they're owner occupied or the,
Right,
if
they're
they aren't,
there.
then maybe it is a short-term rental.
Right,
Because if the owner's not there,
Then
then they're not needing it to make money,
right.
Right.
right?
It is a
To-
pretty
to live.
common, short-term rental theme from the people I've talked to. There are a number of properties where the owner occupies
Half of it or
this part
something.
of the building, and they have like a mother-in-law quarters that they rent out.
I don't know how to deal with that then. I mean,
Madam Chair?
Kitchen, the common area use.
Madam
with
Chair,
owner
from a land
occupied.
use perspective, if somebody's living in their house, if I live in my house full-time and it's a house, and I choose to rent out a bedroom from time to time, what's the primary land use? The primary land use is going to be a single-family home because there's somebody who lives there full-time.
Occupied.
Now, if I only show up on the weekend, it changes. Do you know what I mean? And the example I often use, and you probably heard me say this 100 times, is say you have a horse property with a house. Is it a house and you happen to have horses, in which case the property is a single-family property? Or is it a horse property that happens to have a caretaker's unit, in which case it's a horse property? And so you get to a gray area, but when you're identifying land use, we do this every day. We have to figure out land use, but the scenarios I'm hearing you all outline right now sounds like somebody has a single-family home that they reside in full-time, and they happen to have an extra bedroom that they may make available from time to somebody. I'm going to say that land use is a single-family residence.
okay. If you think you can control it, that's my goal. That's why I
Right.
wanted
Right.
to bring that up. If you think you can come up with a way to do that.
If it's listed on the Airbnb website, it's a short-term rental. Whether you're
Advertising,
Maybe that's an additional qualifier,
right.
that if they are advertising it on a,
Platform,
I mean, we could spend 2 hours here discussing these intricacies.
But it's-
I'll leave it to you guys I think you hear our intent. I think we're all in agreement on that intent. And if there's a way to do that, I would sure like to find a way to do that. If I went to law school, I'd be helping you in a second. I really would.
I hear your concerns and I understand your direction in that.
so one of the other things then is to decide, so if we're gonna mostly do an administrative tract, and then let's say we have found somebody, we found here they were in violation. First violation, you get the cure time, kind of like we do liquor, right? Your
Or
fines
nuisance, or
go up
nuisance, yeah.
as you get your next offense. Let's say they don't pay them. I would like you to put in there that that's lienable, right? We're not going to let you off the hook. Because again, if we don't have any teeth, then I don't have any help for I want to make sure if I'm going down a path that it's like, oh, shoot, they're serious. Now I've racked up $2,000 and I'm actually going to lien that property and get that, because the objective is to have compliance and have harmonious neighborhoods. That's what we really want. We want people to be able to use their homes, but we want them to be responsible in how they use their homes. So I think it should be a lienable item for those administrative fines. Okay. So then kind of where we're left is to decide where we're going to allow them. So is it everywhere that meets conditions that we put in Title IV? You gotta have a this and a that and a whoopsie doodle or whatever, and you've got a license. We wanna keep it where we have it now and add RO. I'm not very interested in taking a right away from somebody that's had it. We got different noticing rules and different requirements now. Non-conforming uses, which I abhor, that can stay for 30 years, and then if the guy sells the house, does the next guy get to keep it? I don't like that very much. I don't like to create more of a problem than we started
Can we
with.
just start broadly and then we could look at narrowing it when you,
I think
Come
the
back to us.
opposite. I think, or start broadly with the general idea, but in terms of location, I think starting narrow, because I think it is easier and more appropriate to first really see what is working, and then if there's a need or be able to adjust accordingly to expand. I think it's really important to keep in mind that residential zones, there's an expectation that it's a residential zone, it's not a commercial zone. I think I appreciate private property, and I said this in February at the meeting. Private property works both ways, and a neighborhood, I think there's an expectation to actually have it a neighborhood, not a commercial zone.
can I just
So,
offer a counter opinion?
Yeah.
Here's the issue I have with that. We know there are already people out there doing this in areas outside of RO. We know that. And everyone in here can go online and look, it's happening right now. If we start narrow and don't have regulations that are applicable to those people in the areas that already have them existing, we're not solving the problem for those neighbors right now. We're adding to the enforcement problem that we have, and we're adding to the lack of clarity that we're providing as legislators. So, to me, what's more important than the where is the regulation and the how. I think the where comes later because we all have these existing, and we have to address that with the people who are experiencing it right now. And this is the only way I see to do that. If we limit it to RO, we're kicking the can down the road, in my opinion.
And I want to, for the residents, I really want to hone in a little bit on what Supervisor Giomi is saying. If we make an administrative scheme on,
It's
and
a
a
really bad
bad
word. Can we use something other than
light,
scheme?
a schema, okay?
Policy.
Process, policy,
Whatever.
program, scheme seems,
But I'm just saying,
Hand-wringing to
a
me.
path, it's a scheme, yeah, it's a pathway. I now have teeth for enforcement versus if I only have a zoning code violation, I'm going to the courts.
I
And I'll
agree.
see you in 9 months, or I'll see you in 5 years. I won't have leaning on I just think we actually provide protections for the residents when we have a policy or processes and
Full
procedures.
support of a policy and a process.
But it has to be allowed there to be able to have it.
I
So
don't-
for me to revoke his business license, for us to give him $1,000 fine, for us to, to lien as property. It's got to come through that method. I'll use the word method. I want the residents to have somewhere besides what we have today, which is just calling in and saying this is happening. They fought with their HOAs, because that's the other component piece is certainly neighborhoods can utilize whatever their HOA agreements, because that's outside of us. Just because we would allow it doesn't mean it's going to be allowed in a residential
And
zone if they
CCNRs.
have an HOA.
And CCNRs, if they don't
Right,
want
and
them, they should put it in
CCNR. So those are other ways for neighborhoods to deal with stuff. I want to give them a place that the complaint can have teeth.
Sure. So the oversight would be part of the business license.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So then we can say, oh, you didn't get a business license, therefore your first occurrence, you got, like I said, maybe the first time is you have 30 days to cure. If you don't, it's a $500 fine. And then for every day or something that you don't get your business license, guess what? It's another $500. I mean, I want teeth for us to make this enforcement real for the neighborhoods.
And there's an educational process that's going to have to occur. You know, we're going to have to, I say we, but I really mean you, because I'm probably not going to be involved. But you're going to have to reach out to, those businesses online or those
Yes.
STRs online and say, look, you've got 2 months to come into compliance. We have to give them time to cure because it's required by law. But if they're given that notice and they don't do it, the teeth have to be early and swift and sharp.
And sharp.
I just really believe it's going to be better for the residents because they now have a method to have enforcement of which they have none now,
So,
right?
so part of the program, if you will,
Thank you.
We'll come up with a good
Um,
word.
is looking at just that. Part of the program is, okay, we have a licensing program and we
You almost said it.
It's a good word for
and
generalization, but
and we have certain requirements in that licensing, and so when people get their business license, we can treat them in one method. Part of it is also looking at the flip side of what happens when somebody is conducting a business without a license, and that impacts broadly not only short-term rentals but also other businesses. And also part of this is also, okay, if we are going to say no short-term rentals in SF6, part of it then is also that's then a use that's not allowed in that zoning district, and part of it is looking at what are the enforcement mechanisms for not non-permitted uses.
Yeah, it's
that's
probably
Title
going
18
to,
instead.
yeah,
Right.
correct.
And that gets us to the courts. Because I can't tell them they didn't have a business license if we wouldn't give them a business license. And that's what I'm trying to say is, right, I can't cite them from not having a business license and start the fining processes when we would never issue them a business license because it's not allowed in Title 18 for that zoning
Right,
district.
well,
Yeah.
Right.
and I think both Title IV and Title 18 have a civil enforcement approach, and as Deputy District Attorney Reese said, we have two paths. And in fact, a few years ago, and Deputy Reese was involved with this with me, our A plan used to always be the criminal approach. And we switched it to the civil approach in 2022 because we wanted compliance, not punitive. And so I think regardless of,
Initially.
well, yes, true. And so anyway, so I think we can look at, I think we both hear what you're saying, and we need to look at both Title IV, which is our business license, and Title 18, and make sure that we figure out how to create pathways that when we have noncompliance, whether it's noncompliance with supplemental standards like decibel levels, like quiet hours, or if it's noncompliance because you're somewhere you're not supposed to be, or you're there but you didn't meet all the criteria, and that's a zoning violation. The A plan is the fines, as you've suggested, in that we have a pretty rigorous civil approach before we have to abandon that and take the criminal approach, so that the civil approach will have enough incentive to create compliance.
I think that also would help the judges greatly to see that they've already had their administrative hearings, their fines, their public meetings, and that it really becomes, I hope, for the judge then a much easier task to say, you simply did or did not comply. And therefore, here's your criminal penalty now because you didn't get the message the 9 times that the Board of Supervisors gave you a fine. I mean, I just think that's the right path for us, is to rely heavily on the civil side before we get to the criminal side. That's just mine. So then our discussion and direction for them really is, now we're to the where. You know, is this something we're going to allow everywhere across the system pursuant to rules, or say you can do it where we allow it now plus RO? What real direction are we looking at here? Supervisor Giomi?
Again, I think the direction I would give, if it were up to me solely, would be start broad. I think it's going to be better for our residents if we do that, because we put the teeth into it regardless. I have a sense that people are going to find a way to do this. And if we say no SF6, then the minute someone's in SF6, we're having to go through a process that is difficult to get it corrected. And I think we're better off putting the controls in place so that both the people who own the property and want to do this, it's clear to them what is required of them, and the people that live next door to those people have an understanding of the expectation of what they can live with. So I think it makes the most sense to start. I would just say it's allowed anywhere, you know, in any residential. And maybe,
In a house.
maybe when you come back to us,
Yeah.
we come up with an argument between now and then that says we have to restrict it here, restrict it there, whatever the case may be. You know, I mean, maybe someone here thinks of a reason that, you don't want it adjacent to a school, or you don't want it adjacent to whatever. I don't know what will come up, but I could see where we might want to provide you some direction. But to me, I'd start broad, and if we want to narrow it down, when you come back to us, maybe we can do that.
Supervisor,
I generally agree. I will say that I also agree with Lisa's comment about there's an expectation when you buy into a neighborhood. Certainly there is. When you look at a neighborhood, you make a decision, that's where I want to live. But we have to face the fact as well that the world is not static, and neither are our neighborhoods. When you think about that sort of thing, explain to me why in the last 4 or 5 years, different folks have chosen to build mansion-level homes on Carmine Street.
Yeah.
Does that make any sense? Not to me and you, but it did to those folks. And they chose to build in that neighborhood. That may well trigger a whole different idea of what to build in my neighborhood. I don't know how you tell when it comes to these residential properties. I don't know how you tell one section of residential area you can do a short term, but you tell another residential area you can't do short term. I don't see a lot of potential for short-term rentals in my neighborhood, but again, independently of one another, 3 different people have built mansion-level homes in my neighborhood. I think broader is better in that respect when you have to look at what are the people's property rights. You have to afford them reasonable expectations, regulations that protects their neighbors while they exercise their property rights.
I agree.
And
What-
Ma-
Oh, you
Madam
may.
Mayor, if I may, as part of the where discussion, one of the common things I've seen in regulations is a distance limitation. So something to the effect of one short-term rental can't be located within 1,000 feet of another. And so I was just curious, Hope's expressed some concerns about how that would be enforced. However, I'm curious to hear if the board is interested in that or not.
I would say no to
No.
that, because who's the winner and who's the loser?
First guy in?
I-
No.
You know, no.
No.
That
Okay.
seems too big brother-ish to me.
Okay, thank you.
One other comment I'll make, just in general, anyone who happens to be listening. If you don't want short-term rentals in your community, you do a CCNR. Put a CCNR in place that we don't control those, but they're civilly enforceable. And as those subdivisions get built, if they don't want them, that would be a way to do it. Because everyone knows coming in, when you buy that home, you get CCNRs. You understand what the ramifications are, and you're self-restricting. It's self-restrictive. So, but again, there's nothing we can do about that.
Mhm. I agree with that. I'd like to have some public comment to see if they can help us, even if you think there should be restrictions, what they should be. What are some of the laundry list of items and the whys or why nots and things? So did I have Bart, come on, Mr. Carrillo, sorry. I know him, so I called him Bart, but Mr. Carrillo, come on up. You're still Bart.
That's fine, I'm just gonna sit right here. 3 minutes is not a long time for somebody to speak about a subject that you've touched on a myriad of things, but I'm gonna try. First of all, I presume that you all wrote my statement, you read my statement? And there is, in real time, not a theoretical situation that's occurring. And as a number of you put out, the court systems right now don't know what to do with it. It's my opinion that the appeal that's being heard in Department 1 is taking so long because Judge Armstrong has never been dealt with the situation that is going on there. And I don't want to have to repeat what I wrote in that because I tried to be brief, but I thought I was pretty specific on the history of what's going on. What you're talking about doing right now is building a whole new platform. What you're doing is trying to create a whole new body of law that currently does not exist. And the question was asked, why do you want short-term rentals? What benefit will short-term rentals be to improve a life in Carson City? You already have, by definition, an area that is zoned that allows for them. So if you go to Silver Oaks and you see these homes that are selling for a lot of money and you want to promote that, the homeowner sees that as a selling tool as opposed to going and buying someplace across from Mills Park, which is not as luxurious. I think that the first decision is, do you want short-term rentals in communities, in residential communities? And if you do, why? The other question is, you already have situations where short-term rentals are permissive in the jurisdictions that are zoned for it, correct? I know, rhetorical, you can't answer my question. Okay. But the point is that, as I look at the clock, the point is that this is really a difficult subject, but I can speak from personal experience because everything has been theoretical up here. We're living, myself and my neighbors are living the situation. You know, enforcement, it's gonna be crazy, difficult. I said it in my paperwork. Are we gonna be part of the short-term rental police where all of us have our cameras, at the ready to wait to make sure we got the volume up, we make sure we got the video up so we can hear the noise? We had motorcycles there a year or 2 years ago during that thing. They come rumbling in there at 11 o'clock at night. I mean, they were on the street, they weren't in the property. I've got 19 seconds and I have probably an hour worth of comments to make. But the point is that I don't think you need short-term rentals in residential communities because it doesn't improve the life in Carson for residents in those communities. And I have people behind me who will verify that.
Thank you. Do I have more public comment? Oops. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Sharon Green. I'm a real estate broker and property manager here in Carson City, and I've been here since 1999. I can answer, I think that it helps our community in numerous ways. It attracts visitors to our community who want to be in a home-like setting. It will bring in income as far as your business licenses. I don't know a single owner who wants to do short-term rentals who is in opposition to getting a business license, paying taxes, paying the whatever needs to be done to make it work. They want sound, your decibel things, to make sure that it's the same. You could get a regular tenant in there, a long-term tenant, who is causing nightmares to their neighbors. You know, I've had that numerous times. These ones, we've got very clear rules on how they have to operate, house rules, community rules. It brings more people to our communities. The house on Carmen Street. I actually represented those people when they purchased that house. Our communities are changing. Our rules are changing. And I think it's a positive change, as long as there's rules. I'm in agreement. What else is on my little list? It allows visitors to come to Carson City. It, I think, is an economic benefit to our community, and I think I've pretty much said what I need to say in less than 3 minutes. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Do I have any more? Come on up.
Mayor,
Thank you for your
board
service.
members. My name is Darcy Skaggs. I'm a resident of Carson City. I live in the Red Leaf neighborhood. I appreciate the discussion and the quandary of balancing everybody's interests. So all I can do is provide you my perspective as a resident. The neighborhood that we live in is small, less than 60 single-family residences, one way in, one way out. So basically, we wind up with multiple little cul-de-sacs. And you mentioned that short-term rentals could be managed differently. You could have the hosted owner on property during the rental, or you could have no one there. The other thing, I'm not against home-based businesses, but this one is unique. To complete the business transaction, the customer has to come to the home or to the residence. That impacts the neighborhood. So my feeling is this short-term rental really does impact our neighborhood uniquely. So whether you consider that in a broader perspective, I hope you do. It's not an easy decision, I understand that, but I am opposed to short-term rentals in residential districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other public comment? Come on. Mr. Rakestraw, I'll try to, come on, Nathan. I heard her part, we all know the neighborhood.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Nathan Rakestraw, resident of Carson City. And my comment that I'd like to, for y'all to take away from this discussion would be the situation in our neighborhood that is a non-hosted, I think that's the term that applies to this short-term rental, as opposed to rentals that have an individual that leases out a room or a bedroom or something of that nature. They live there on the property. They are part of the neighborhood at that point. Non-hosted short-term rentals add nothing to the fabric of the neighborhood. It's just a facility, And like Supervisor Shute indicated, it would be listed as a commercial property, listed inside a residential zoned neighborhood. And I think short-term rentals that are non-hosted do not belong in Carson City. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other? Okay, then I'll bring it back up here for any further direction or make sure, one, that we're giving you enough to give us, and you'll have lots more opportunities, because I'm going to make another suggestion. And I know that I'm not going to do it like we did Title 18. I'm not going to talk about it in that light. But I would love it if we could have like a town hall or a community meeting type environment that allows all the different people to say what, I'm not going to use my word scheme, in a method of doing short-term rentals, what they think should be requirements. I think that's important. They are the people living next to them, right? So what are those things? Yes, the motorcycle. I think I heard a motorcycle example. I've got to tell you, I can talk to the sheriff with you in an area near where I live. It's the residents that are not so good with their motorcycles and ATVs at 11 o'clock at night, revving it down the road. So I really think they're going to get something better than what they could do against their neighbor that's not being a good neighbor. But I would love to have a town hall or community meeting that helps us be mindful of finding out what are those things that we should be controlling in neighborhoods. What is it? What bothers you, or what has the guy across the street been doing that's so obnoxious that it shouldn't belong in a neighborhood? So sorry to say, but I'm not suggesting you do 34 of those or anything like that, right? But I do think it's of community interest, and I do think it fits on something that we got on a public comment today about, having meetings at times. So when they're of true community interests like this, I do think it would be beneficial. Maybe you do two, one that's during the day and one at night, so that those that are interested, they have two opportunities to come and do comment. Do you guys like that idea of having a open house type or town hall for help?
Regarding the short-term rental and concerns,
Yes.
absolutely.
It's like, how do we do this right? How do we get this right?
Yes. How do we get it right? So
Well,
I'm
and now
gonna-
there's some parameters that
Right.
staff has to understand the general direction.
We gave that.
And if the comments can be focused in that direction, then we
Yes.
can hopefully. The other thing I'd like to see if we could get at least a loose commitment on is timing. Sorry, but I would prefer to not have
2 years from now.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we recently
6
engaged
months.
someone to help us with
Code.
drafting ordinances. Perhaps this can be a first assignment. So I just, so anyone want to try and take a stab at timing?
I was just going to say, in terms of community
Board
meetings,
retreat?
I don't want to do the community meetings till after first of year. I just think it's too
I
much with
agree with that.
Okay, so I think and I also feel like our neighbors in both Washoe and Douglas have a lot of performance standards. We don't have to create the wheel. We can use those as a discussion point at those meetings. In terms of the writing, I'll turn it over to Dan Yu, but I just don't want you to think
So then January 15th would be in order. Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
But if
I'm
you
truly
had
just
your
kidding.
community meetings in February and potentially, the question is, after the community meeting inputs, because I really do value and want to understand what they think is a bad actor. Because that's really what it's all about, right? Is enforcement. So what is a bad actor? And they'll tell us. I think, because they're right, they live next to it. They're gonna say, well, it's this that's a problem. It's this that's the problem. And so, how long after that? So could we see it 60 days after that? That you could craft it? Because you already have some baseline answers. Now you're just gonna have the community help you fill in the prohibited practices. Maybe that's a good word, right?
Specifically related to the short-term rental.
Right, right, just to short-term rentals. So, am I putting you on the spot? I can put your boss on the spot instead and say, all
Yeah,
right, Garrett, what do you
this-
want to?
It's probably something I'd have to discuss with Dan or get Dan's thoughts on.
Okay.
Well, I think ultimately I'll be drafting this ordinance, so I'm happy to answer the question. I think it's really good that the board's given direction to staff to hold this town hall meeting. We don't have to wait until the town hall meeting occurs. We can start putting together, I can start drafting a skeletal bill. And what I mean by skeletal bill is, we can start putting the, nuts and bolts together to create a regulatory framework. And as we continue to receive community input, we can add layers to that to kind of flesh it out. I had previously spoken with the mayor and the vice mayor as a sidebar in terms of potential timing for something like this in advance of today's meeting. And I thought that maybe we had suggested the next board retreat as perhaps being a good opportunity to kind of provide an additional update. I would like to get additional direction from this board in terms of, does this board want to see a draft ordinance or just more of a bullet point skeletal framework? And I should actually remove the term skeletal. I would say it would be more of a fleshed out summarization of what this looks like. And there are pros and cons to doing it both ways. One would be a little bit more technically precise and it would look like an ordinance. And certainly there would be gap fills that would still need to be filled in later. Having more of a summarized product would mean we can get to that point faster, and we can use that as a launch pad to actually preparing the full ordinance. And that could occur, shortly, I would say, after, that board retreat meeting, because we would have all of the nuts and bolts ready to go.
So from mid-January to the retreat, would you have time to have a complete draft put together?
Of the summary as opposed to the ordinance?
Say that again?
Of the,
A summary
of the summary document that
The
he said
bullet
as opposed to the
points.
ordinance.
Right.
Yeah, if we could get a summary document at the board retreat, I think that would be great. I mean, I think, even if you had one community meeting, before that to give you time to do that, I think we're a month in advance of the middle of January. It seems like you could set, so you could even do it at the planning commission meeting.
Well, that's
Or
that's
right
my-
after planning commission.
That's my question. If they feel like they have time to comfortably provide a draft ordinance, let's get this as far down the field
that
as
too.
we can. If you can't, then we'll take the summary.
So what I can commit to on the record is absolutely a summary document. That won't be a problem. I will endeavor to prepare some type of an ordinance if we can get there, if we find the time. It just really depends, as you know, on the number of fires we have to put out on a day-to-day basis. If we have litigation that occurs, or we have other projects that take, urgency, we're just going to have to jump on those matters. But, if we luck out and there just happens to be a lull, then sure, I'm happy to, prepare an ordinance.
Like I said, if you can get there comfortably,
Sure.
let's do that.
Sure.
24 hours in a day, Dan. I don't understand what the issue
We
is.
only want you to work 25, so,
In mind, it may not ever happen.
yeah. Supervisor Schutte, did you have something else you wanted to share?
I do, just a consideration, and I really am appreciative and respectful of everybody's opinion, and it is such a tough situation. I think what comes to mind for me, some of my dilemma or angst is the question, what is the role of a house? What is the role of a residence? And I see a residence as a place to live, not as a like that commercial. And I understand the argument, and I'm mindful of that. And I think there is a need and an opportunity for the short-term rentals. But I think as we move forward and as we really think about this, that we keep that in mind. So I just want that on the record.
No, I really agree with that. Is there any question that you think in your drafting schemes or summaries or things that we have not provided you enough to be able to kind of know where you're going to write a summary? Is there any open question that you have of us to kind of give you direction?
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, for that question on the record. First and foremost, I do want to say, and I could probably speak on behalf of Todd and Hope as well when I say that we really do appreciate this opportunity to have been able to bring this back to the board for further discussion today. And one of the reasons why, the district attorney's office wanted to do this separately from staff is, we had started crafting language, started looking at the proper placement of language for CCMC purposes, and ultimately we came to the conclusion that, a lot of these questions that are complex in nature and have, long-lasting impact to the community at large, they're policy-driven. And, certainly the DA's office and along with staff, we don't want to substitute policy decisions of the board of the elected officials here, for that of ours, and which is why we wanted to bring it back to the board, for this open-ended discussion. So we appreciate the direction. To answer your question succinctly, though, Madam Mayor, I think we have enough direction here to be able to build some sort of document and bring it back for further discussion.
Okay. Then we don't need anything else on this item. Okay, everybody good? All right. And I have the perfect location that you probably ought to do is to look at the Silver Oak Golf Course Arena to see if you could do your open house close to the ones. And I want to say, I have not received any complaints for all those ones that are operating. Like I said, when I go online and I looked and said, wow, I can find 70 of them. I'm not receiving complaints from people telling me that there's a vacation rental next to them and it's awful because they are having a wedding every weekend with I'm not getting those complaints. So I hope as we go down any methodologies that we have managers or people like Sharon, is that right? I really do hope, and I want to be super transparent too, is when I travel, I go with 4 other couples every year and we use them, and I'm in the neighborhoods. And I fully intend, but I'm a good renter, right? We're not, getting sick in the next door neighbor's yard or throwing beer bottles at it or things like that. But anyway, I want to be mindful and respectful of both parts of this equation, and I hope we can get there. No guarantees yet, but please reach out and work with the neighbors that have them as a direct impact. I think it's important to hear what they have to say and what it is that concerns them and what they want to see in an enforcement arena. Here's what we need. We need to be able to call and solve X. So I look forward to that. So, okay. So we're then done with this item unless anybody else has anything. Okay. We're now going to move on to agenda item 13, which is our non-action items. Does any member have anything to share? Supervisor Giammi?
I was going to share some info from our NACO meeting that happened back on the 21st of November, but Vince was able to do that and cover the major areas. I just really wanted to highlight that committee that NACO put together of some really good finance people. I think Sherry is going to be part of that committee to the extent that the state will allow us to audit the Department of Taxation. I think it's critical because I think we continue to hear that we're not sure we're getting what we're supposed to be getting from the state through their conversion process. And it's alarming to all the counties. I mean, Clark County I think Commissioner Kirkpatrick mentioned something like 54 million or 74 million dollars that they were short. So it's an issue, and I don't know why the state wouldn't allow us to do it, but I think it's going to be important, and it's going to be telling, and they will report back to everybody. There is a Public Lands and Natural Resources Subcommittee, Standing Committee from NACO, and one of the items that I think I brought up here before from our CWSD meetings is the topic of wolves. So I wanted to report that NDOW, according to our natural resources person at NACO, found had a reporting of the first wolf in Nevada near Pyramid Lake. So that's the first sighting of a wolf in Nevada in modern times. I suspect there might have been some in past times. Near Pyramid Lake. They are fairly prevalent, it's a wrong word. There are numerous sightings in both Martis Valley, up in the Truckee area, but also in Hope Valley. So the wolves are not that far, and it's a really big concern of the agricultural and the farming community, particularly those folks who raise sheep and cattle. Because while coyotes will go after small animals, wolves will take down large animals. And there was one, I'm not going to quote the numbers, but there was one farmer up near Sierraville in California that suffered some significant losses of cattle due to wolves. So it could be a problem. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you. Supervisor Schutte.
On Tuesday, we had our Parks, Rec, and Open Space joint meeting, and celebrating, or one of the presentations was about volunteerism. And Aaron spoke about the incredible volunteers within this community on behalf of our trails, our parks, our open space. And then we also spoke at length about trash pickup, and there's Muscle Powered, and then there's the Trash Busters, a small local group now who is focusing on one particular area. And it was just a great reminder that we all have an opportunity to participate in our community, and when there is an issue that you really feel strongly about, there are many avenues to get involved. And so I just want to celebrate the volunteers of this community.
Great. City Manager Martell.
Thank you, Mary. Appreciate it. Have a couple things I'd like to highlight today. Just take a minute of everybody's time. First off is just to remind the board and update the residents that starting January 1st, the email for the majority of your team will be transferring over to the .gov email. And those of you that communicate with the staff, you should be getting those reminder emails. Some teams, including Scott's to my left
That
here.
says your migrant, sorry, you mean .gov, that says .org on the slide, just for the,
Oh, I'm sorry. It is carsоncity.gov.
yeah.
My bad. That was mistyped, and I apologize for not catching that.
Okay.
It is carsоncity.gov. So two changes. One is currently it's carson.org. So it is the full name Carson City, and we are going to the .gov website. Sorry. So that is a couple of things, and then also followed by the January 8th, that's when the actual website will transfer over to the .gov as well. So anybody that has the city in their cache, you'd probably want to clean that out and make sure that you're ready to visit the new website on January 8th. From January 1st through the end of March, any emails will be notified that it will be forwarded to the staff. That will not intercept that. And staff is doing their best to communicate that to the outside world too, that if they get an odd email, they can communicate that to vendors and regular occurrences. So just want to make sure everybody's tracking that. And again, as some of Scott's department has already stepped up and they've transferred over to the .gov as well. A couple of things just to highlight as you see there. Obviously, this is a controlled website. Frank and his team had to go through the DHS to make sure that it was certified and verified that we are an actual jurisdiction. So there's a trust and a confidence level that rises with that. Also with that is some additional protections. So residents, if you're getting phishing emails that are based off of your interactions with the .org, website, that should reduce or greatly reduce that opportunity with the .gov. So that's some of the reason we're doing that. And then also that positions us better as the city. As we know, ransomware and all these other attacks for a lot of jurisdictions are going on. That helps us to protect against that and gives Frank some additional flexibility in protecting all of our IT infrastructure. So that's a little business side there. Secondly, wanted to highlight, as everybody I hope has seen, the holidays are here in Carson City. Your public work holiday elves have put up over 250 festive decorations. You can see right there across from the Capitol, looking out down from where we are in City Hall. Included with that is over 2,000 linear feet of garland, either up the poles or across the street or wherever it might be. And if you're walking, maybe you will see that that is about from the Legislative Building or the Bank Saloon on 5th Street. It'll take you up to just about the Laxalt Building. So that's a lot of garland in downtown, and that includes just under 20,000 lights. So I think when you look at Curry Street, you look at Carson Street, that is a fantastic add to our town for the holiday season. I hope everybody gets a chance to go downtown and enjoy that. And again, thanks to the Public Work elves for making sure we have a bright, festive environment for this month. Thank you. And then lastly, just wanted to brag a little bit on our library. Last summer, the city library sponsored their reading challenge, and they had over 1.1 million minutes documented by our community through the library. So that is a 33% increase from what they did last year. So again, I'd like to thank our library staff and the outreach team there and all the community members that supported that. Attendance increase is up also 25%. So again, the library is doing its part in reaching out to our residents and supporting them. New patrons have increased as well. And I think what I really would like to do, tying to the holiday season, is let everybody know that their winter reading challenge is called Get Yeti. I'm saying that right, Yeti to read. And that's running from December 6th to January 31st. And they'll be introducing 30 new programs. So anybody that's interested in the library, please go to their website. Make sure that you're visiting them and getting advantage of all those things. And they're looking just in that time period of getting 500,000 minutes of reading time documented and working with our residents and younger folks doing that. So just a little bit of highlight as we head into this great month. And thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. And just to reiterate, he didn't say, but the tree lighting is Friday night at 5:30, but at 4:30 they start where you can take carriage rides and other activities that you can partake of. But what a beautiful start to the holiday for Carson City. And then I just want to give the shout out to that Public Works staff also, because we have a great lady that stands there when I do the countdown for the lights, and sometimes I see her sipping along the back end to make sure the lights are going to work. So great hats off to the Public Works team and to the state Buildings and Grounds team that's been working every day. I can look out my window and see them. So I think it's a great time in the community, and I hope to see you all there tomorrow night at 5:30. It'll be a good time. So anybody? So we'll move now to our final public comment for the Board of Supervisors, just in case there's any. No? Okay. Then if there's no objection, we will adjourn, and then the reconvening the new one will be the Board of Health at 11:30. So thank you.
It's my honor to call this meeting to order and to ask for roll call.
Chair Lyons,
Here.
Vice Chair Giomi,
Here.
Member Bagwell, Sheriff Furlong, Member Horton, Member Shooty,
Here.
Member White.
Here.
A quorum is present.
Thank you. And to ask for any public comment, I wanted to read this. The public is invited at this time to provide comment on any topic that relates to a matter over which this public body has supervision, control, jurisdiction, or advisory power, including any such matter that is not specifically included on the agenda as an action item. No action may be taken as a matter raised on a matter raised during this period for public comment. Are there any public comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll proceed. For possible action, approval of the minutes of September 4th, 2025.
I move to approve the Carson City Board of Health meeting minutes of September 4th, 2025 as presented.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And then on to 20A for possible discussion, the health officer report. And on this, I just want to point out a few things. I believe Jeannie will address some of this further in her report, but interestingly, for the first time in my medical career of 40 years, the American Academy of Family Physicians joined the American Academy of Pediatrics in their recommendations regarding immunizations for children, some of which is in contrary to that of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices at the federal level. And then to point out that hopefully everyone sitting up here has had their Shingrix shot, because this will reduce your risk for stroke and heart attack, which is a very interesting conclusion that's been recently discovered, likely related to the fact that getting the Shingrix shot decreases the likelihood that you will actually have an outbreak of shingles by anywhere from 80 to 95%, and not having an outbreak decreases inflammation, and inflammation in the body is associated with trouble with cardiovascular outcomes, stroke, heart attack. So hopefully we've all gotten that. To say nothing of the post-herpetic neuralgia, which can be really quite an ongoing problem. About 25% of people who get a shingles outbreak will then have ongoing pain, which can go on for years and be quite uncomfortable. So if you never get the shingles outbreak, you will not get the post-herpetic neuralgia. If you do get a shingles outbreak, unfortunately, one of the 5 or 10%, the chances that you're going to have the herpetic neuralgia, having had the immunization, is decreased by 80%. So we're going to see a lot less of those pain syndromes, which is excellent. And interesting research that the health department might be able to work with the hospital on is that 86% of emergency room patients lack the recommended immunizations, and that if a program were instituted in emergency room departments for of those people who are unvaccinated according to recommendations, 50% of them would be willing to accept immunizations in the emergency room setting, and that could potentially triple current immunization rates from 14% to 48%. And 30% of the U.S. population relies exclusively on emergency room for their healthcare access. So it could make a big difference there.
What was that number again?
30% of the U.S. population, yeah, relies on the emergency room. Kaiser Permanente is now in Nevada with their insurance product at Renown. It looks like they might have additional further integration with Renown. I won't speak to that. This is from the Nevada Hospital Association saying that Kaiser is now going to have an insurance product affiliated with Renown. Kaiser, of all the different products, is, in my view, a very good product and a very good organization. They say they have 13 million member scale, and they provide a lot of research on medical access, medical systems, and improving those. And certainly the U.S. needs a lot of help in improving its system of care. And they also do a lot of research on actual medical care itself. So not a bad thing in my estimation. Lastly, the number of hospital health systems are discontinuing Medicare Advantage. So Medicare Advantage in our area is exemplified by Senior Care Plus, which is a Renown product. I don't know if the now Kaiser situation will change that product. That is a good product for those people in Washoe County. It has come and gone and present in Carson City. But we have seen our hospital and Carson Valley Medical Center exit from a number of Medicare Advantage plans. This can be very problematic for the clients that are on those plans, because then they have to find a new plan. And the new plan doesn't have to take anything that became pre-existing on their old plan. So when you first sign up for one of these plans, pre-existing is covered, but subsequently, once you're in one for, I don't know what the length of time is, not very long, you then have pre-existing conditions, and other plans can deny to cover you for those pre-existing conditions. This includes having to go back to Medicare and getting a Medigap. So your Medigap, so very problematic. And I would point out one other thing about Medicare Advantage plans and managed care Medicaid. The insurance companies absolutely love these. They are making money hand over fist on these government programs. And there can be a catch-22 on the part of taxpayers and actual enrolled beneficiaries. And physicians, too, are scaling back on Medicare Advantage plans as well, just because of the hassle of having to deal with an insurance company in between you and the patient. Employers are expecting a 9% increase in healthcare costs in 2026, and the majority of that related to obesity medications and cancer treatment. We are seeing increased cancer at younger and younger ages. I won't go into all that. And lastly, let's not forget about Holiday Heart. We are in that season, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's. And this is about atrial fibrillation, which is quite common holiday heart condition from increased alcohol consumption. So alcohol causes a increase in the heart rate and can flip a number of people into atrial fibrillation. I've seen this a number of times in my career. And increased salt intake with all the goodies can throw people into congestive heart failure for the first time. And increased fat and sugars are going to increase your risk for MIs. So let's all take it slow and have fun, but not too much fun. And then this talks about the risks associated with atrial fibrillation for stroke, which is considerable. So that's my report with highlights. Thank you all for listening. Do I have a motion to accept the report or any questions, clarifications? Do we have a second? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next, we will go to item 20B, which is a Vitality Unlimited report.
Hello. Good morning. I'm Marshall Gledhill, and I am the Substance Use Disorder Services Coordinator for Vitality Unlimited. The only highlight that I have is on our facility expansion and construction update. Sarah Adler, our project manager, she reported to me that the project review is going smoothly. On December 12th, we received multiple sealed bids for subcontractors, and we're planning to break ground early 2026.
Thank you. I wanted to thank you for this very thorough report.
You're
This
welcome.
time around, it really helped me to more thoroughly understand the services that you provide and what's happening with the new facility as well. So thank you for a nice exhaustive report. Any other comments or questions?
I just second that, and you know, the report and the services, it kind of goes back to what we spoke of earlier in terms of addressing demand, addressing cause. That is such an important part of this dilemma of addiction, and so thank you.
You're welcome. So one thing I will actually highlight, I also have been working really hard with our governing bodies, and I proposed a level 2.1, which is intensive outpatient level of care for adolescents. And we are launching a adolescent intensive outpatient program, ages 15 to 17, at our outpatient clinic over on Long Street. So that's new and exciting. It's a 12-week-long program, and then we'll step them down to the next level of care and continue with their substance abuse counseling and mental health therapy and med management and stuff like that.
Will that be an
We all want
in-house-
to clap on that.
It is
I think.
in-house.
In-house operation? How do you sequester those juveniles from
Uh,
the adults?
It's outpatient, intensive outpatient.
Intensive outpatient, not inpatient.
Okay.
May I?
Yes,
And-
Gianni.
And where will your, when you move to the new site, will it be there? Will it be another offsite location, or?
The adolescent IOP
Correct.
program,
Yeah.
it'll stay at the location on 900 East Long Street, right across the street from Fish, in one of our group rooms. Yep, it has nothing to do with our inpatient program.
Excellent. Cool.
That's a good
Yeah, the old,
location too, between the two high
Yeah,
schools.
the old PNC office, yeah.
Yep.
Yep. It's the old state parole and probation building.
It is, yep.
Yeah. Very cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I guess we need to accept that as well, that report.
I'll move to accept the report as presented. As soon as we have public comment.
Oh, you want to ask for it each time? Okay. Do we have any public comment on the health officer report and/or the Vitality Unlimited report? Okay, thank you. So, motion?
Sure. I'll move to approve the vitality report as presented.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. And for possible action, I want to introduce Jeannie Freeman, and I want to acknowledge her leading by example in that she has some symptoms consistent with a viral upper respiratory tract infection, namely laryngitis. So she's hoping to be able to present this adequately with the mic and face mask. But thank you, Jeannie, for not sharing whatever the heck you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Lyons. Jeannie Freeman, Director for Carson City Health and Human Services. Of course, on a Board of Health day, I'm going to wake up and have a funky voice and stuff. I feel fantastic, but out of protection for everybody else, I just wanted to make sure that I wore a mask. I'm not trying to make a statement, just trying to protect everybody else around me. But for our director's report, there was a lot of information that was presented in there, and I know you all read it. I just wanted to make sure that I'm highlighting a few things. I think it's good to show that we continue to develop our staff As you can see with those who had position changes and promotions, we continue to grow the depth and the opportunity for them to have more responsibility. And in addition to what was in there, since we were able to put this report together, we've had 3 of our staff in environmental health sciences or in our environmental health services that passed their registered environmental health specialist exam. And that's an incredible exam to pass. It only has a 20% first pass rate, and our staff are just rocking it. So I just have to say, it's such a great thing to see our staff continue to be developed and be recognized in that way. And it's really hard to hire a registered environmental health specialist. So I'm really hoping that we're creating the culture where they want to stay, so that we don't train them for somewhere else, but that they want to stay here and continue to work with us. I'm really proud of what they're doing. And then we have a graduate assistant intern with us for this year from University of Nevada, Reno, and that person is assisting us with our social services landscape study that we're taking a look at, which all of you have heard from me recently about. We've had a lot of different opportunities to go back and do some outreach within the community, and every year we do our back to school vaccines. Really excited to share with you, and you saw that in the report, that our clinic services manager and her team, they took the opportunity to refine some processes to make it easier for our families within the community to make sure that their kids were able to be vaccinated for school so that they had those requirements in place, but that we weren't taking those families out of the workforce at the same time. So how could we work with them and support them so that they weren't having to take that time away, which is really important for a lot of our families, because that hour-to-hour wage is critical for them. So even though we saw a reduced number of patients and a reduced number of vaccines, we did find that the majority of those who were coming in to be vaccinated were new clients. And so it was also an opportunity for us to expose them to the services that we offer, and maybe they will be return clients. But really proud that they took the opportunity to continue learning from past years and put new processes in place to make it easier, but still fall and make sure that we were compliant with state law and best practices. We also did community flu vaccinations. We had almost 50 different community events, and the graphs are available within the report for you that show you like where we were in Carson. We partnered with the Carson, Story, and Lyon County school districts this year. They wanted us to be able to come in, another opportunity. Again, we don't force, we just offer flu vaccinations for staff and for students. And it was another opportunity for families to get their children vaccinated if they so chose, without having to take them out of school, take them away from that learning environment. You'd be surprised, we can do a classroom of 25 kids in about 4.5 minutes with the vaccinators that we have in place, because the paperwork is done. But that collaboration really sets us up to be successful for when there is a situation like we had with a previous C pandemic thing that happened, that we were able to be ready and poised to be able to do that efficiently. We gave, I think it was approximately a little over 1,500 vaccinations and so forth this year. So it's good to see that. Then we also did our annual job fair. Our Human Services Division, they took that opportunity to do that job fair. They got it put together rather quickly. It was a question as to whether or not we were going to actually do it based on some of the feedback that we had. We had transition with manager position and so forth within that division. They pulled it together. We actually had quite a significant increase in the number of people who came to seek job opportunities. If you look at the demographics associated with who was attending, we actually have a lot of people looking for jobs who are over the age of 50. We had fewer employers, but we got a lot of feedback, and it was useful from those who attended looking for a job and those who were seeking employees. And so we're actually going to change our job fair around a bit, put it a little bit later in the afternoon, so it allows somebody to not be in the middle of the day or earlier in the morning. They can come later in the day. But we're also going to put it in the spring. And there are a lot of different job fairs that are happening at different times of the year, but most of them tend to be in the fall. And in light of some of the changes that are happening on the federal level, where individuals have to document that they're working 20 hours a week or volunteering 20 hours a week in order to maintain their federal benefits, we wanted to make sure that we were offering something closer into the spring, that as some of that is rolling out and some of those other employers or volunteer opportunities will also be available, that they can have that ready to go so that they understand how they would be providing that documentation and so forth. So really excited about what they continue to do. And as you can tell, I'm really excited today about a lot of things. I seem to say that phrase a lot, but that's all right. I'm excited. It's better to not be excited, right? So I think what's important to look at here, associated with the graph, is you can see that we hit every school within Carson. We have the breakdown of who's getting a private vaccine or who's getting the vaccine for children. This is really important data for us to be paying attention to because, as you saw in the report, the director's report, there were a lot of legislative changes that are happening. And even since that's been in place, there's all kinds of other things that are occurring on the federal level. And even with what Cameron reported on earlier this morning about what was passed in the special session related to stuff, we now actually have some greater contradiction between what the ACIP says and what state law says. And that puts public health in a very interesting position because we're going to continue to have some of those challenges in what that discrepancy looks like. So knowing who we're vaccinating and whether they're uninsured or whether they're under vaccine for children, that's going to have us having to take a look at our standing orders and what we're capable of doing. And that means that we might have to find some creative opportunities for those vaccines to be available if people are choosing to get them.
Jeannie, I
Yes.
had a question about this graph.
Sure.
Can any post hoc survey of what made the difference between Bordewick, Bray, and Empire? I mean, Empire had a really high uptake, 94, and Bordewick, Bray on the low side at just 36. You know, what happened between those two schools that might be able to be, whatever Empire did that could be spread to the other schools maybe?
I don't have an answer for you on
Yeah,
that, Dr.
no,
Lyons.
not an
Yeah,
answer, but just to wonder what that was.
No, I mean, I think that can be seen from year to year. What's interesting is that we can look at previous years of vaccinations within those schools, and we can predict how many we're going to have, and they tend to stay pretty steady. And so sometimes it could be, I mean, I've been out there doing flu vaccination events before on Halloween. I mean, the kids, like, they're all dressed up, they're all excited, and we're giving them shots, and they're terrified. Like, they're crying, and they're so upset. And I'm going to say that the middle schoolers and the high schoolers are way worse than the kindergartners and first graders. Kindergartners, first graders, like, sweet, I got a cool Band-Aid and a sticker. And the middle schoolers are like, back away. So it's kind of an interesting dynamic, but I don't have a reason associated with that. We offer the opportunities, we offer the paperwork and the information to go out in English and in Spanish. We give the phone numbers for them to call and so forth, but I'm not sure.
I'm just wondering if maybe we could ask the school nurses what their thoughts are, and, you know, was there a difference in how they sent out the information for the permissions and things like that?
Yeah,
You know,
I think
to
that's
look
a good
into it.
idea. I think Public Health Preparedness, they're the division who leads this effort on behalf of the agency, and I think that doing an after action with the school district lead nurse and the other nurses, one of the things that we did see this year in Carson City is that our staff went to the nurses meeting. They have a specific nurses meeting before school even began and talked with them about what we come in and do and so forth. And they were able to ask a lot of questions, which I think really resulted in more buy-in. And we haven't done that kind of pre-event meeting in several years. So I think that
good.
kind of helped.
Good, thank you.
And then again, here is the data which you had in the report and so forth looking. You can actually see that some people are coming to the job fair because they are employed, but they're looking for other opportunities, like where might be an opportunity where they have greater challenge or where they have opportunity to grow or other income seeking that they're doing. And then job seekers, you can see we had quite a few that were over the age of 50 that were attending. So when we get into our strategic plan, it was in the June of 2025 meeting that you all approved that strategic plan, and we have hit the ground running with that. We have been taking a lot of look, and one of the biggest things that we heard out of the strategic plan was, what are you doing, and are you the best ones to be doing it? And so we took that to heart, and we are definitely collecting that information to identify really what we're doing and mapping that against what is in not just a grant scope of work, but what's in state law and also what's in line with what expectations are and so forth in foundational public health services. So we do plan to come back at a later date and give you a more robust report as to what that looks like and where we're aligning with that. Then we have public health funding. Want to make sure I address that because I'm pretty sure you probably had some heart consternation about looking at it and going, how come there are no dollars that are being spent out of that governor's budget? You just approved the approval of where we could spend it just a couple of board meetings ago. So I promise you, the dollars will all be spent. You don't have to worry. I'm not looking to give anything back. We claimed we needed it. We're going to make sure we use it, and I promise you we do need it. We talked a little bit about the vaccine policy challenges and updates, and Cameron gave you what happened during special session. We're paying particular attention to what's happening with the ACIP this month because they have the Hep B vaccination that they're looking at, and then they're also looking at the entire childhood immunization schedule. And if they're making changes to that, that's going to have a lot of implications for what we can and cannot offer or do within public health. So I have to say, you're looking at a room of my staff behind me, and this is mostly my management team, but I want to tell you, the 54 staff that we have working at the health department have been absolute rock stars through all of this and all the uncertainty that's happening. We know we can't control it, but their flexibility, you can call us Gumbies, you can call us Pokies, whatever you want to call us, we are being very flexible with what we are doing. And they're taking it in stride. And some days it's easier than others. But it's nice to be able to be with that family and to really be talking about what it looks like. We're being transparent and we're trying to be as open as with what we know we have. And we're saying we don't know when we don't know. But we've had a lot that has gone up and down, everything from the funding with the WIC program to the government shutdown to the ACIP changes. So we will continue to adapt, adjust, and we will move forward with what we can. And then we are changing our focus. I know you've heard me say this, but data-driven is absolutely a theme that is going to be, I think it's going to be part of my epitaph somewhere where somebody's going to say, she's data-driven all the time. I think my staff get tired of hearing it, but we want to start having some dashboards that help us internally consistently know where we're at. And as we practice with those, then we want to be able to have some relevant dashboards for the public to know where we're at as an agency. Want to make sure we get it right internally before we start putting something out there externally. But those data pieces become incredibly important. And I've spoken to each one of you about some of the things that you think we should be collecting, and I really appreciate the input that you've had associated with that, and always open to more feedback that you may have. So any questions?
Jeannie, I have one comment for you. I want to call out Tony Orr for her work on the point-of-care syphilis testing. It sounds like that's an easy thing to do, but there was a lot of work in deciding exactly which product to utilize, and then the training and the regulations to include state regulations, et cetera, et cetera. So there was a lot of work that went into that. But this is an important service that's now been added, given that we are like number 4 in the nation for congenital syphilis, and we're pretty high for syphilis in general. So good work, thank you. And I also want to thank her and my memory slips me, but anyway. I want to thank you again, Tony, for doing exemplary work on establishing the COVID immunization policy for this year. We have to update the flu policy and the COVID policy every year, depending on changes. This year, obviously, with the non-congruence at the federal level, it was difficult, but we got it done, and I think we did a very good job to make it accessible for people in Carson who want it.
Thank you, Dr. Lyons. Jeannie Freeman for the record. Just a point of clarification, the state of Nevada is number 4 in the nation when it comes to congenital syphilis, not Carson.
Oh, I said we. Thank you, Jeannie.
Agreed.
Do we have any questions or comments? Do we have a motion to accept the director's report?
Public comment?
Thank you. Do we have any public comments regarding the director's report? Hearing none, do we have a motion to accept the report?
I move to accept the report as presented.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Jeannie, your report is accepted. And going on to the next item, which is the possible action, is the report from the Department of Health and Human Services, Street Outreach, Service Utilization, Housing.
Jeannie Freeman for the record, Director for Carson City Health and Human Services. I'm going to give the report today, and then I have Christy Contreras, our Human Services Manager, who will also be available for questions and so forth. So I wanted to give you all a bit of an update about what's happening with Carson City Human Services and to address these associated with the housing plan. I want to be very clear that the data that we're presenting is related to what we do as an agency or with data that we collect through a contract that we have for street outreach purposes. I do not have data associated with other partners within the community, so this is just going to be related to ours. We have the different parts of the housing plan, which the board has previously approved. And looking at the survive piece of that, we talk about street outreach and triage. And we do these chat assessments. The chat assessments are essential for us to complete. They take about 90 minutes to 2 hours a piece to do. They have a series of questions that are quite incredibly, I'm going to say intense, with getting data from different individuals, but it helps that score goes into place. And this allows the system that is associated with the HUD funding that we get for different housing programs. It triages these individuals so that anybody who gets the HUD funding within the state of Nevada is able to pull out of this queue individuals who can be put into housing associated with that. So the chat assessments become incredibly important. One of the big things that we have done over this last year is that in collaboration with Karma Box is that we have trained the street outreach representative from Karma Box to also do the chat assessments. And that has been an important tool for us because we are a government building and sometimes people don't feel comfortable coming into a government building. And sometimes they can have 3 or 4 interactions with the person that they meet out on the street through street outreach, and they're willing to talk to that person. Even though they're being referred to us, they may not want to necessarily do that. So having that person out on the street that's able to also do that chat assessment in addition to being in our offices has been helpful. And in the report, you have the graph that shows you the number of chat assessments that were completed and the number that were completed by Karma Box. We also do the business outreach, and that's about letting the businesses know within our community. That's part of the contract that we have with Karma Box, letting the businesses know what Karma Box is, what their purpose is, and getting them engaged. And while the contract that we're talking about is related to the July 1 to December 31 of 2025 contract, the contract outlines for them to do 25 businesses a week. As you see on the graph, they're not achieving that 25 businesses a week, but we've had a lot of other things that have been occurring. Sometimes, if you remember a few board meetings ago, we had a gentleman who came in and had some concerns about getting housing. It took all day to get that person connected, and that changes the dynamic. And sometimes it does take us all day to get somebody connected to the different services of what they need to do. They continue to do that business outreach, and while we aren't reaching the 25 businesses each week, we have made communication and had contact with the Downtown Businesses Association. We have also done the Secure Our Streets group, and we have talked with them, and they're asking us to come in and do presentations about responsible giving and asking us to also come in and do more information about what Karma Box has available. But in that business outreach, we've actually had businesses that have contributed to purchasing the gift cards that go to support the work groups. And so we had a little over $1,600 worth of dollars that were donated on behalf of Carson City businesses for specifically the work groups in Carson City. which have been, which is really fantastic. And then our cleanup crews continue to work with the sheriff's office and do those cleanups around the community. And then businesses know that they can reach out and ask for the cleanups. What's nice though is that in that business outreach, it's not just about picking up trash. Like if the businesses want the work crew to come and pull weeds or to do something like that, they're doing that as well. And that's really helping those work crews have greater investment in the community. It's also helping them build some job skills, but it's also helping them get connected with potential employers, because we have had employers that have said, I see that person, they've come here, they've done this a few different times. And so now when there's a job opportunity, they're like, hey, you know, we actually have a job opportunity available. What does that look like for you? And then we can continue to help support them with getting a resume put together and getting them prepared for that. Yes, sir.
May I, Chair? You know, it strikes me that we have data from the unhoused who we interact with, and we have a goal to reach a certain number of businesses. But maybe one of the measures is there a perceived improvement in the overall landscape, if you will, of the unhoused issue from both sides. So, I mean, maybe we're not ready to take that step, but I think somewhere along the line that has to be a question while we're knocking on businesses' doors. Is it better than it was? How is it better? And the same question with the unhoused who are going through the services. Is it better, and are we moving them to a situation where they're housed and less dependent? And I think that's where we need to get. I realize there's steps to get there, but because I think that feedback is important for us to hear that what we're doing, what you're doing, I'm back to that collective we, what you're doing is actually impacting everybody who it needs to impact.
We collectively agree with you on that, and I think we are moving in that direction. We have anecdotally heard from a couple of different businesses from the downtown area that have said that they have noticed that there's not as many unhoused that seem to be hanging out downtown. But then they've also expressed that there's concerns based on the winter months and other activities that happen within the community, and does that increase? And so we've taken some very strategic approaches with Karma Box, our street outreach person, and have asked them to specifically hit those areas that tend to have greater congregations during like these winter months and stuff, and to like really be addressing that more directly than when we get into the warmer months. We tend to be more on the outer skirts of town, and so as we see it coming more center, we're moving our efforts at that same time associated with that.
Makes sense. Thank you.
If I can ask a question, you want to go? You go first. How would you account for the large number of transitory in Stacy's question?
Well, they've been sending them to your house, I think. I think that's what.
Because this is a real challenge that we face, not only seasonally, but throughout the year. There is a huge population that's merely passing through by opportunity.
Yeah.
And so how would you account for that?
Well, and if I could just add, I think that probably is the single biggest concern that we hear as board members, as we offer programs, that we're offering programs to people who are a part of this community and not people who are passing through. So I really feel like that's where, I think that's the direction this board has given. Obviously, everyone can speak for themselves, but I mean, maybe part of our dedication has to be in finding ways to assist those who are transitioning through to continue to transition through to wherever they're going. You know.
So to answer some of your question,
Supervisor,
may I answer?
Yeah.
Okay. So we do know that we have a percentage or a group that is transitional, and it occurs every year. And it actually occurs not just in the winter, it occurs in the summertime as well. And one of the things that we do is that we do collect information from people, our street outreach person, and when they come into our building, we ask them questions like, where were you last week? Where were you yesterday? How did you get to Carson? Why are you in Carson? Where was your last residence, and so forth. And then we deduplicate that information. The challenge that we have is that we have really tried to work with some of our other social services agencies within the community to also do that with every person that they interact with. And we get some data, but we don't get it all. And so when we don't get it all, it's really hard to be able to identify what that looks like. Interestingly enough, those that are passing through tend to not really come and seek and are not really willing to kind of do those chat assessments and so forth. They tend to use some of those temporary services, and then they tend to be gone and move on, and stuff like that. What we are hearing is that that street outreach piece with the karma box going out and around, that people don't like being bothered, so they keep moving on, or they move somewhere else because they don't like being bothered. So they're not able to stay right there because we stop by and say hi all the time, and they don't like us to say hi. So that's kind of one of those dynamics. It's an interesting how that's kind of been evolving. But as far as the transient piece, I don't have the ability to really track. We were even talking about it yesterday, that we've got 4 or 5 new individuals that we've been seeing, and they've come into the office a couple of times, but they're not interested in engaging and doing a chat assessment because they don't plan to stay. But what does that stay look like? I don't know if it's going to be for the winter or if it's going to be for just a week or what that's going to look like. I don't have a better answer for you. That's all I got. Do you have any ideas for us?
No, it's just that I'm hoping to avoid a false positive, if you will. We deal with an enormous amount of transient folks. They're in and up in the jails and in the criminal justice system who are refusing services, and very difficult to account for them when the health department is not seeing them, but the downtown population or even the residential population is being overrun by the push outward.
Well, I'm hopeful that the ordinance we passed could be a tool that you could use in terms of camping or street camping or whatever the case may be. That
we're using every tool you can imagine, including coercing, positive coercion.
If any of us had the answer, the total answer to fix this problem, we would have fixed it a long time ago. There is no single answer. There is no single answer.
I just had a question, thank you, regarding back to the street outreach and triage, the total number of street outreach encounters. There's the 9 that were initial and 58 outreach encounters, but then some of the encounters going into the unduplicated clients and all of that. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Sure. So Jeannie Freeman for the record. We definitely have times where we interact with somebody more than once before we're able to get them into connection to a service or a connection where they're even willing to tell us their name. And so that becomes a challenge for us sometimes, but we do the best that we can to unduplicate that data based on what we have. And so what's nice is that by having a consistent street outreach person who's in our office every morning and then follows up every afternoon, and we meet every Monday and have a conversation, we're able to say, well, we've seen this person might have told us that their name today was this, but when I spoke with them on Thursday, they said their name was this. And so we're able to, through that, making sure that we're having with our community health worker, we're able to put those two together. And even if it was today, it was Jeannie, and tomorrow, Thursday was Lisa, we know that that's the same person. And so we're able to kind of put that together so that we don't have we're doing the best we can to not have a false reporting out of that. You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions at this point? No, Jeannie, proceed.
All right. So then when we move into the stabilized piece, this is where we're able to actually get somebody into emergency shelter or transitional housing. And then we're looking at what those wraparound services are so that they can have those basic needs that we can then move them into other areas that we can continue to move them along in the housing plan. And you can note that you see a lot of different services that are provided there, most of them being financial assistance that's happening, whether it be through utility bills or it be through rental assistance and so forth. And you can tell that based on the report with 109 unique clients, obviously those clients are using multiple services and some are using them more than others. We did have from January to September 2025, there were 27 clients enrolled in either emergency shelter or transitional housing programs that were offered through Just Us. So other housing programs that might be available within the community, I don't have those numbers. I only have the numbers that are available to us. And that is one of the things that Carson City Health and Human Services is working on, is trying to get a more holistic set of numbers that tell us what the picture is in the community as a whole, not just what we're doing. And I would love to say that in some ways that our housing was stable, but then even the federal government HUD programs changed and did their change. And so even at this point in time, we're revamping what we have to make sure that it's in line. And so that dynamic is going to change again. But some of what's important is just being aware of that, and then we can map it out according to what we see going on and what the funding is that's available. I think one of the more exciting parts is tied to our Thrive piece. And we track the number of individuals who exit housing programs and that are offered through our agency. And from January to September 25, there were 71 clients who exited to permanent housing. I think that's a really good, that I think kind of goes back to what Supervisor Giomi was talking about, like how do we know where they're at? I think, it's unfortunate that we had one who chose to go back to the streets or to emergency sheltering for whatever that dynamic was. But I think it's also exciting to see that we had one of our clients who moved into ownership, not just a rental, but moved into ownership. And I think that goes to show the great work that our case managers and our human service staff do, because they're not just doing the how do we get you food and shelter and clothing, but it's how do we help you build financial plans, and how do we help you with that employment, and how do we help you understand that in putting a budget together, you're able to set yourself up for success by not overdoing it on the budget for your housing piece, and yet you still have what you need to survive. So we're seeing that that's great. I think that one of the greatest things that I appreciate about our human services staff is that they take a unique approach to every individual that comes in that door, because each one of those people is individual. And if you choose that one size fits all, you can have a template, but you got to be able to work within that template, and they do a great job with that.
Jeannie?
Yes, please.
Yesterday, I read an article where they're talking about HUD is moving towards an emergency-only housing model and away from funding supportive housing. Do you see any effect with that? And apparently, that decision is in a federal court in Rhode Island. Do you have any insight onto what's going on with that situation?
Yes. So I'm going to speak, but I'm going to have Christy Contreras come up too so that she can ask additional questions, or she can tell me that I'm really off track if I speak out of turn. Yes, there are going to be impacts for us when it comes to that. Their focus is really pushing more on that transitional housing and less so away from that permanent housing, where they're putting more of that focus. They're reducing that permanent housing down to about 30% of where they're wanting that to be, and putting more of that transitional on the 70%, which doesn't really do stuff. Christy and I have spoken about the programs that we have. The programs that we have fit within that at this point in time. We have to have that application in by December 15th. They literally give us 16 days to have that in place. And we have an opportunity to do things that are new. We aren't poised to be ready to do something new like that. But I do think that it's giving us the opportunity to look at how we can collaborate with other partners in the community where they might be able to do a piece of it and we do another piece of it. There are some additional stipulations that are coming in with the funding that HUD is looking to do. There are 22 states right now that have filed a lawsuit against HUD and the White House administration related to this change because we're supposed to be under a 2-year agreement with our contract with them on this, and they're cutting it down to the 1 year and making us do this new application. So Nevada is not part of that lawsuit, and so we're moving forward as if we're going to have to make sure that we have that application in place. But it is going to make us be more thoughtful about how we can collectively do this as an entire community, not just CCHHS, but how are we doing this as a community? And that's why that before we even knew that this was coming down, having that social services landscape assessment done is going to be important for us to all take a look at, because there may be pieces that one entity can do, and then there's pieces that we do better, or we should be the ones who are poised to do it. And so we'll set that up. But Christy, other thoughts on that?
Christy Contreras for the record. So yeah, we will see an impact from it, but we're moving with it, getting ahead of it. It is going to reduce permanent supportive housing of any type throughout rural Nevada from 90% of the programs to 30% cap. So it's not just us who has a potential to see the effect. Over the rules that has a potential to affect over 1,800 people. So, I mean, it's definitely something we've got to keep an eye on and try to figure out how to best manipulate our programs to fill those gaps.
That's 1,800 in Nevada?
Rural. And
Rural.
so we are part of the Rural Nevada Continuum of Care. Our COC operates in every county except for Washoe and Clark. So we're in the 15 remaining counties.
I don't know if I read the same article as you, but I did read an article about it, and I mean the first thought that came to my head is the concern that a lot of those rural communities that are now getting supportive housing, some of those folks are going to get pushed into more urbanized areas, so they're going to end up certainly a quantity of them are going to go to the bigger communities like Washoe. And Clark, but a fair number are going to come where health services exist, and we know we're a regional health provider, and that's kind of my concern, is that we're going to receive a fair number of those here, because I mean, where are you going to go in Lander County? If you have a place now in Lander County and it's reduced, you're not going anywhere else in Lander County. That's for sure.
We have, and
I'd
Jeannie
like-
Freeman for the record, we have had a couple of counties who have said that they're not sure that it's worth what they're putting into it, right? Because their numbers are smaller and so forth. So it's it's kind of like any program where you need a base amount to be able to make it function, and then
Can you cooperate? In other words, it's probably too late now because you don't have time. But I guess what I'm getting at is if those counties have access to funds and they're not using them in their counties, but the folks that are in those counties are going to come here, is there a way for them to transfer those funds?
if they choose not to participate in the program, their funds are no longer assigned
Right,
to them.
well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so
I
then
understand
those
that, but
funds.
if they choose to participate,
Mhm.
can they do it through an interlocal agreement
Oh.
and have those funds come to us? In other words, if there are going to be counties that are going to see an increase because some counties are seeing a decrease,
Mhm.
I would hope we can knock on the door of those counties and say, look, don't just say no,
Mhm.
say yes, and find a place to direct those funds so that we can try and
Perhaps that's something that NACO could help with.
I don't think there's time now. That's
Yeah, but
the
Christy,
concern. But
yeah, but Christy's on a couple of calls in the next couple of weeks related to the grant, and that'll definitely be something. Please,
But
take
that was
that
something
forward.
I would throw out there, if you've got a county who's not going to take, and I don't know the numbers, you guys know the numbers.
Right.
Maybe it's insignificant, maybe it doesn't matter. But if and I'll just use Lander County because I mentioned them, if they're saying, look, we're not going to put in for this money and it's $10,000, then it should go somewhere. They'd be better off to take it, unless there's ramifications. Wouldn't they be better off to take it and do an agreement with someone to put it somewhere? I don't know you don't have to answer that
Yeah,
now.
I
I'm
don't
throwing
know
it
the
out.
answer.
Exactly, it's what I'm saying. I mean, instead of not taking the money, which is going to go somewhere anyway.
Redistributed to participating members in the COC.
I want to give a shout out to Human Services. The largest number, 54 of the 70 rehoused, were rehoused without ongoing subsidy. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
Good job.
absolutely.
Great job. And it
Microphone.
may tend
Microphone, Lori.
It may tend to actually support what the federal government's trying to say. I don't want it to do long-term permanent housing subsidy. We want to move to this type of model. What can I do transitionally to get you started, give you some money, but how do we get you off the government subsidy? And I am shocked that we had 54 with no ongoing, that is phenomenal. That we were able to get them stabilized enough that they could actually pay the rent themselves.
Well, I
Right?
think that points to most of this unhoused business is situational and temporary if they can just get a modicum of help. Early.
Yes,
Yeah,
early.
absolutely.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
One of the other things that's tied, and Christy can add more clarification to it, one of the other things that's tied to this revision with HUD funding is that they want the individuals who are going to be in that transitional housing to be involved in some additional programs. So that they're required to be in substance use, counseling if they have it, that there is workforce development that's happening. Like it's a more robust case management element. I don't know that really deviates from what we do. I mean, I honestly feel like our human services sets a model for how it can be done well. And because we do that all the time, we walk alongside them in that journey and stuff. So is there anything else you'd like to add related to that?
Christy Contreras for the record. I just wanted to say too, the 14 that are with an ongoing subsidy, those individuals are people who exited our program. So that means they moved into a project-based subsidy. So they may be at Southgate, they may be at Sierra Flats or somewhere that's offering a project-based subsidy that's not ongoing with our funding. So.
It's fantastic.
That's over what period? This
January.
Since January.
So, yes, January to September of 2025.
That's that. When we started this, when all of you started the hard work, we just kind of said, "Do it." But you guys are the ones who did it. This is huge. This is not a small accomplishment in a community of our size. So we should celebrate that win. It's a job well done.
Thank you, Christy, and your team. And I'm going to give a thanks to Mary Jane. She was here as part of that too. So did a great job with that. So looking at our unhoused demographics again with those that we interact with in our agency, we find that a large percentage of our clients have insurance, with the most common insurance being Medicaid. I think that, again, us having a Medicaid representative in our office several days a week is a wonderful asset, and having that collaboration with the state doesn't force them to go to another location, make another appointment. They can do it right then and there, and Richard's available, and he does a great job. Just yesterday, I just watched him in literally 8 minutes. He was able to get somebody connected, to Medicaid services, which is awesome.
Yeah, we know one of the issues is that if someone has an opportunity to get enrolled in Medicaid, they are less likely to do it. If you send them off to do it,
Correct.
or give them items to sign up with and leave, they won't do it. So
Yes.
Having someone on site is huge.
Yes, and so that partnership has been in place for a couple of years, but it's just so much. It's a wonderful thing. I'm just so really glad that Medicaid works with us in that direction. Clients serving that span of, you see the age ranges that are there. Many of them have their GED or their high school diploma. We do have some with lower education attainment, which does impact that skill set and the eligibility for different jobs. And so there was an article that was put out a couple of months ago about a new program that's happening in Nevada where there's specific funding that's going to be working with Employee Nevada and some other entities like Cooperative Extension that we can collaborate with, that they're looking to do skill development, even for those who may not have the GED or a high school diploma, so that they can be job ready. And having that job readiness then can help with the income piece that's also tied to the housing and everything else. Then I think it's important for us to look at some of the issues that build into an individual's vulnerability to becoming unhoused, everything from the domestic violence to chronic illness. And we provided you with the information there as far as the statistics associated with that. Among the clients during the time period, many had mental health and or substance use issues, and I think that that's important for us to take a look at that and how can we have a greater collaboration with our partners like Vitality in the community and also CCC, and what we can do to get our individuals connected with them, either an outpatient, and as the HUD program comes through with their revisions, they're actually going to be making that a requirement. So that might be one of those things that shows up that we haven't taken a look at necessarily, of all the different types of programs that exist within the community that can be there to support. So that would be something that can come out of our assessment as to what exists and where might be the gaps that are associated with that can then help continue to build that into a strong, sustainable situation for our clients. So I just want to make sure that I reiterate that we continue to collect data. And I think that we've made drastic improvements in what we're looking at to try to tell that story when it comes to the human services side. And we want to make sure that we continue to evaluate the inclusion of additional metrics. Really proud of, we have an incredible data analyst, Rachel Hickman, and she does fantastic work for all of our different branches within the agency. But she's really taken a hard, long look at this in the human services side, and she has asked us some really hard questions, and there, quite frankly, have been some days that I'm like, Rachel, I don't like your question. I'm going back to my office. I don't want to talk to you right now. And then she comes around the corner and she says, you still got to talk to me. And so I appreciate her for pushing us, because she's not just having us take a look at what is our effort, but she's having us take a look at what our impact is. And while effort is something to measure, it's the impact that we need to make sure that we're also taking a look at. And so Rachel's actually here today. She's probably terribly horrified that I'm even mentioning her name in public, but she does a fantastic job, and she is quite an asset for our agency. So now, any questions, any additional questions that you may have for us related to this report?
You want to bring her up to answer a question?
Yes, Rachel, please.
No, I'm just kidding. I don't have one. I just wanted to see if
Put
I
her
could
on
get
that
it.
same
I
spot.
just want to see if I could raise her heart rate a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sure you did, but we won't have the atrial fibrillation, hopefully.
If I'd known, I would have made up a question.
I think I'm interested in making a general comment about our nonprofit service providers in the community too. And I think that they're an integral component to the success of many of our programs or programs that they offer. And I have enjoyed serving on a task force with all of them. I don't know that they've enjoyed, I might be like you. I ask all these probing questions and I don't know that they like it so much. But I think what it really is doing for us is getting us to the end goal, right? To say, we all know the symptoms, or we all know anecdotally what is going on in our community, but what actions can we take to have an outcome? And I think that I'm very proud of us for trying to work towards that goal. And data and information is the only way you can do that, right? Instead of, I agree, everything's a heart punch or a gut punch, but it's better when I can point to, oh my gosh, we are doing this right, because 54 people came out of our system and went to housing, right? Or X number actually got a job and they still had it a year later. To me, that would be a great stat, is to follow up on the person that left, that no one saw them for another year. You know what I mean? That's what we used to do in corrections. They didn't come back for a year, 2 years, 3 years. They weren't back in 3 years. It's a pretty good success model for us, right? So that we could identify that type of thing for us as this city to say, Johnny got service, he went through each of the stages, and he got to the Thrive stage, and we didn't see Johnny come back and have to start back at the bottom. So I'm interested in what your great data analysts can do there to track the people longer. And maybe it's just a data check that they didn't reemerge.
Mayor Bagwell, thank you so much for bringing that forward. And I do need to take a moment and say, I don't want it to seem like we're being arrogant as Carson City Human Services and saying that we did this on our own. It was not possible for any of those individuals to be where they're at without the additional support that we had from the other community partners. It really is a collective. I think what I'm hoping to make sure that is understood is that in looking at the success of this shared success of what's that, Carson setting that model to have that great success. And if we're able to come together and have that common goal that we're doing it, and we figure out who's doing what towards that common goal, and then we're evaluating it, it actually makes that a really great reward, not just for us as entities, but for the individuals that we're serving in this. Like, that's got to feel really good, the success that they're having as individuals, and to be able to understand that. But we do need to understand and map how they come through this system. So I can give you a report on where we're at with what we know, but we have to understand, like, where are they starting and where are they going to next and how are they getting there? Because that journey becomes important for us to know. We may need more at this stop point or at this junction and less at this junction, and we're junction heavy in the wrong spot. And so I think that that's important for us to continue to explore. But without the data, we can't do that.
Well, and that's what you talked about in the Human Services Assessment.
Yes.
That I think, some of us provided input on is are all of our nonprofits, all of our partners helping in the way we need them to help, in the way that's best to help? And are we all playing good in the sandbox together? I mean, everything you said.
Right.
So that really is the next step, and I appreciate that you recognize that.
Yes.
And are making an effort to get there, because the nonprofits want to do what's needed. They want to succeed. I sit on 2 nonprofits, one of which deals with some of this, and I know that they want their efforts to go towards something that can be meaningful and provide positive impacts, as opposed to just throwing money away or helping someone who stays in a cycle that they can't get out of. I don't think anyone wants to do that, least of all the people who are going through that.
For sure.
So I'm super excited
Yeah.
that, like you said, I'm super excited, Stacy, that I think they want to be a part of the solution and on the team and to help us truly design our programs at this level. Is I only have the limited amount of dollars that we have, so how do we put them to our best use?
Right.
Where could we want to increase that number from 54 to 75. Ooh, what worked? What was good? That, hey, you know what? We can't lose XYZ service because that was our result.
And don't kudos to all of the nonprofits, 1,000%. But don't undersell what you and your team are doing on this either, because the leadership that the city provides is the glue that holds all of this together. So I know you don't, but I just don't forget that you guys are a huge part of this, and it's amazing work you've all done.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I just would add on the people that filled out the full information that we've got quite a few 13% under 18, and young adults 18 to 24, 8%, and 65 and older, 13%. So that is quite a chunk, some 30%, I guess, approximately, that are pretty vulnerable just to start with, just based on age alone. And I'm wondering, do we have special programs for children, and do we refer to Eddie House in Reno for the young adults? Anything special for seniors?
Christy Contreras for the record. The majority of the children that you're seeing on there are not unaccompanied, so they are attached to a family member somewhere in there. So we do not have any program specifically for unaccompanied youth. That is something we would partner with the McKinney-Vento program on. It's legalities behind housing and a minor gets kind of sticky. For our seniors, there's definitely priorities. That's where that vulnerability index comes in, and it triages those individuals, and age, medical conditions, things like that are all going to weigh in. So they're definitely prioritized and brought to the top of the list for emergency sheltering programs, transitional programs. And we do not have any dollars that are specific to seniors. We do have dollars that are specific to an individual with a disability of any type, regardless of what that disability is. So we have ways to help those people, and long-term. Our seniors, we're seeing more on the streets because they're being priced out of housing. Their Social Security's they're not, getting $1,500, $1,800. We've got a lot that are getting $900 and below. So kind of having some of our, starting up our shared living program where they have the opportunity to go in together, find a suitable roommate situation, and share the costs of housing has made a big difference for that population.
And Dr. Lyons, that might be some of the information that ends up coming out of our assessment that we're doing about the social services landscape. We may find information that says that this is a gap that may exist, right? That we don't have that in place. But we might also find that we're just not aware of something that does exist. And so we want to make sure that we're doing that in its wholehearted sense.
I know there's been a lot of research out there expecting that aged homelessness, and even more so among women, because they tend to have a less Social Security benefit. And then I wanted to point out, I found it interesting that 63% had a high school education, or occasionally more than that. So I think that kind of goes against our preconceived ideas of what we're seeing with a homeless population, that they're, not adequately educated. There may be a question as to whether a high school education is adequate, but and then also to point out that still that very common perception that 7 out of 10 did have a mental health or substance abuse. And I assume that a lot of them get referred to Vitality then for their inpatient programs.
Christy Contreras for the record. So we definitely offer them all of the options. We have to let the client choose which one's going to be the best fit. We educate them on what's available and how it's relevant to their situation. And we do refer to Vitality, CCC, Carson Tahoe Behavioral Health Inpatient. We have folks who go to New Frontier. It just depends on the situation, the Salvation Army's recovery program. So and it depends on if it's co-occurring, if they have mental health and substance use, if it's one or the other. So what's appropriate for that client.
Excellent. Any other comments? Any public comment?
You got it. You're a hero in my book.
Do we have a motion to accept the Housing Human Services report?
So moved.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
And then again, open for public comment. Hearing none, it's my prerogative to adjourn. Thank you very much.
Great job.